Welcome, 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 everybody, on this beautiful Sunday, April 27th at 9 a.m. PST for Hash Church, Season 11, Episode 16. Just going to make sure I'm going live here. It looks like I'm going live here, so we're good there. Excellent, excellent. Making sure all the audios are turned off. And there we go. Wonderful. I was having a little bit of technical difficulties. As you probably noticed, I have my Sony headphones on today instead of my little AirPods. My AirPods would not hook up to the Wi-Fi today, so they were really messing with me. But enough about that. Let's see what we got going on here today. Do a little mention of our wonderful sponsors. We'll start it off as we have been starting it off since January 1st with a little mention of our wonderful sponsors. All right, here we go. Big thanks to Puffco for sponsoring Hash Church as always. They have been our premier sponsors for the year so far. They have revolutionized the cannabis culture, really normalizing extracts with their portable devices like the Puffco Peak, the Pro, the Pivot, and the Proxy. These amazing little units deliver top-tier performance and style, making them favorites in our community. Puffco's unwavering support for all things cannabis keep us lit and united. Check them out. Puffco's got your back. www.puffco.com. You can find them at Instagram at Puffco. And today, if you stick around the 2-hour point, we're going to be giving away a Puffco Peak as well as a 3D XL bowl. And I will eventually shout out the gentleman who donated those for us. Big shout out to him. That was really awesome. I want to give a shout out to the Bubble Bags. Stand out as the premier choice for water hash extraction, and it's no surprise why. They're the original innovators who set the standard for quality and performance, crafted with durability in mind. These bags come with a lifetime warranty, ensuring you're covered for years of consistent use. The team behind Bubble Bags takes pride in their pioneering legacy, backing every product with unwavering confidence and a commitment to excellence, making them trusted go-to for enthusiasts and professionals alike seeking top-tier hash extraction results. I appreciate all of your support over the years. I truly do. You can check us out at www.bubblebag.com, and you can use the code HashChurch15 for a discount. Last but certainly not least, we've got the Grandmaster LEDs ready to take your grow to the next level. Grandmaster LEDs is bringing the heat with cutting-edge light solutions designed for growers who demand the best. Whether you're battling pests or chasing perfect yields, we've got you covered with the latest innovations. The UVC Tarantula Predator, the ultimate IPM bug light. This bad boy harnesses the power of UVC technology to zap mites, thrips, aphids, and more, keeping your garden pristine without chemicals or hassle. Pair it with a Grandmaster LED top-tier grow light, and you've got a setup that's unbeatable for potency, flavor, and peace of mind. Waterproof, daisy-chainable, and built to last, the Tarantula Predator is your new secret weapon. Tune into Hash Church to hear the pros rave about Grandmaster LEDs, then grab yours at grandmasterleds.com. You can use HashChurch10 at checkout for an exclusive discount. Light up your grow with the Grandmaster way because your plants deserve the best. HashChurch10 is the discount code. Yeah, so very good, very good. I don't see anyone trying to come in here yet today, so maybe it's just me, the Bubble Man, doing my thing. I was supposed to be in Germany right now, in fact, which would have made this hash church a little bit tricky. I'm not going to lie. I was supposed to be at the Berlin ICBC event. I was supposed to be moderating a extraction panel, and unfortunately, it fell through. I had a bunch of other things on this side of the pond that needed attendance, including Hash Church. You know, we haven't missed a Hash Church, I want to say, in about 30 some odd episodes right now. We're going pretty good. We did quite a few 5.0s and 16 in a row now for season 11. So really got to give a big thank you to all of you. You know, Tara Lee, I'm sorry there was no discount for Puffco. They have not offered a discount code as of yet, but they have been extremely generous in regards to kickdowns. They have given a huge amount of our audience and members free units over the years. So we got to thank them for that. And one day, if it comes to be that they want to get a discount code, we will certainly provide it for you. In the meantime, they're a good group of guys to support. It's funny. I don't think I've done a hash church in a very long time where no one showed up at 9 o'clock. I guess we better get a little dab going because what gets the gab going better than the dab? And I got to shout out again the boys from Sauce Labs. They sent me a couple of nice little gifts here today. I've got the grease bucket, this one, and I've got the purple poison OG. And I wanted to shout out the Craft Greenery because, of course, they'll probably, if I'm not mistaken, be one of the first to support the sauce guys here in BC. So I know they're going to be picking it up. They are going to be dropping the Grease Bucket and the Sweet Exotic. So you can go check that out at Craft Greenery. You can find them at craftgreenery.ca or at Craft Greenery on Instagram. And yeah, you can go support two of our past sponsors, which is the Craft Greenery and the boys from Sauce Labs as well. And I really want to thank them for the hookup. They've got some beautiful, beautiful, beautiful things. I have got the grease bucket right here, and you can just see it's just kind of what you want your rosin to look like. Really beautiful color. Incredible flavor profile. They also sent me one of the bubble gum. That was this one, which you can see is completely gone now. Now this bubble gum one was really, really reminiscent of old school Renee. It reminded me of the Renee. Now, not so much on the exhale, not at all on the exhale, in fact. The exhale had no haze to it whatsoever. But it definitely had that super fruity flavor profile that you just can't miss. This is the Purple Poison OG. Kind of hard to get into that one, but there that one is. I think we're going to hit the bucket. I think we're going to hit the bucket. Looks like Colin's coming in for some grease bucket rips. Good timing on that, Colin. How you doing, buddy? Are you there?
Yeah, dude, sorry. I
That's
just
okay. I've got new headphones on today, and I wasn't 1,000% sure that they were working because I've been in here alone for the last 9 minutes, all by my lonesome.
so sorry. I was with my son. We were just skateboarding outside and I just looked at it. I was like, oh man, I'm late.
That's so funny. Careful on that skateboard, man. My clavicle will never be the same.
Man, I think my body over the years will never be the same after what I put it through using one of those. But I
That's
love it.
it.
I love
Wow,
it.
little boys, man, it comes around full circle because, the minute when I first had my son, I was just like, you really just have no idea, right? You have a kid and you're like, you've got all these visions. When I first had my boy, I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna play every game and we're gonna have so much fun. I'm gonna teach him this, that, and the other thing. And then you realize he's just gonna be like kind of a blob for a couple years where you're just like for 2 years I was waiting. I was like, so when am I going to be able to like skateboard with him and like teach him hockey and like play catch? And it took me a long time to realize, no, don't get me wrong, I had tons of fun with my son when he was much younger, but man, as they get older and they start doing things, it's pretty darn fun.
Yeah, it's super cool. It's just, yeah, they light up and it's cool, man. It's such a
Dude,
yeah, skating's dope because it's creative, like you have this thing that you're attaching to your feet through this like through grip, and then you got to figure out how to move with it, and it's cool. It's amazing. It's just I had so much fun with it growing up. I mean,
me too, man. You are the young man in the hat, by the way. That is forever your new nickname on Hash Church. Who is that young man in the hat?
it's funny. There's a guy that I don't know who he is, but he every time I go on a live, he says the same lines, and I appreciate you out there, brother.
That's
Thank
so
you
funny, dude.
for seeing me in that light, because
I went for a beautiful skate yesterday on my evolved electric skateboard. It did a weird thing for the first time ever. My remote control started vibrating, and then it turned the green numbers to red, and I knew this isn't good. Apparently, I was overheating my motors, but it still worked wonderful. And I just took it by myself. I went for a 18-kilometer skateboard on my electric skateboard, and it was soul feeding, I would say. It fed my soul in a big way, just like this grease bucket is about to. I don't think I'm gonna get that to. Oh, look at that! I did it.
Yeah,
Little,
it came in. That looks beautiful.
yeah, shout out to the Rosin boys, the Rosin Labs, Sauce Rosin Labs. Shout out to those boys because yeah, they're doing it up quite wonderfully. It's nice to see such a beautiful product making its way into the Canadian marketplace, you know? It's not so packed, our marketplace here, with incredible quality rosin, mainly because the majority of the marketplace doesn't care for it. So it's tough when you have a group who's willing to do all of the work for, you know, that 1% of the market. So I got mad respect for those guys.
Yeah, that's it's similar in New York right now. It's just not a lot of there's a lot of people trying, but it's the inputs are an issue.
Yeah, as they always are. It's not easy, right? To grow exceptional flower. You just can't do it with anything other than exceptional flower.
100. Yeah. Yeah, but it's it's definitely coming along. I think the overall we've got a lot of I think consumers are starting to understand why just hash is better for them and rosin is better for them.
Yeah, but convenience is always king.
True. It's gotta we've been working on these vape pens and you know they're amazing, but I just hate the idea of surrounding beautiful material with plastics and metals and atomizers that heat it up. It's a dichotomy, But to your point,
I mean, it is. And I will say that prior to the peak, or sorry, the pivot, and you know, maybe a little bit the proxy. I have a new appreciation for the proxy now that I didn't have in the last, say, year. I really appreciate it as a sipper, not a ripper. Um, but prior to the pivot, let's just say, there was real value in having access to vape pens for convenience during a time where you had no access to your rig or anything else. And that's why whenever people ask me what my favorite, you know, what's your favorite unit or methodology of smoking, I generally say, you know, the one that I have right now, the one that's available to me in the moment, because of course I love the mothership and the JP Toro banger with the D-nail, you know, all that amazing stuff, the highest level. But do I puff like that every minute of every day? Certainly not, because you know, there's times where I pull out my pivot or my proxy, or I pull out, you know, I used to pull out the vape pens. I will say since I got my pivot that I haven't. That was the last time that I pulled out a vape pen. That being said, just because it's not convenient for me, it certainly doesn't mean that it won't be convenient for someone else. And so I understand that. But there is a dichotomy, and it's interesting that Wolf just came in because I can already kind of hear his voice and he's always got a very positive outlook on it, but he'll say it the way it is, but then kind of, you know, soften it at the end so we don't have to take the hit of like, oh, we're doing the wrong thing by filling disposable vape pens versus, you know, making it is really dichotomous when all we want to do is plant beautiful cannabis in outdoor environments like, you know, the mountains and Humboldt and all these beautiful places. And then on the flip side, you know, you end up doing so much work to process and cold chain and, you know, only to, you know, toss it into a vape pen. So it is what it is. I myself have vape pens in one of my markets, in the Michigan market. We have these disposable vape pens, and I'm not sure. I don't know. I use it every once in a while, or I did at least before I got that pivot. I
And
guess we'll
I
see.
and I too acquired some Bubble Man Trinity tanks very early on to provide to patients um, dealing with lung cancers and needing to treat that. So that convenience or getting the medicine into the lungs, into the bloodstream is what we're dealing with. And, part of the problem of the pen, and not to be too, there it is. I have a stack of the boxes. And this was preferable because it was stainless steel, had glass components, ceramic heater. This is why I chose this, because having a non-plastic system, I mean, this was the best. And so I saw value in that in my processes. Never, you would use anything that would leach or so. And not to be holier than thou, but part of the problems with the pens is the heat source is so close to the cilia and the lungs. And so the temperature being a big part of the problem for people of being too hot or too close to the fire. And so, and just that, how we get it in, um, people dropping their dabs and you watch the terps gas off before they get the cap on, that's problematic also. And so this idea of keeping it cool, low, keep the flow low, and this is all good. It's like ultimately, I think warming the resin from below and coming up to temperature is the most gentle way for people. And how close we're going to get these pens to achieve that, I'm not sure. I'm really unfamiliar with the usage. I haven't used them too much, but I think Colin's had some success with dialing that in.
Yeah, I think temperature is like, I think we're at the point with the technology where even like some of the worst producers 10 years ago are actually paying attention to their components and what they're using, where and how they're being manufactured. So I know the ones that we went through, I went through 26 different versions of the actual cart and then hundreds of different temperature ramps and ranges before I landed on what we're using. And it's tuned specifically for our process, like that's what we've gotten really obsessive over that because I'm not okay with just buying a cart off the shelf or an all-in-one off the shelf. It never produces the experience that any of us really are after. So it takes that deep dive into it to kind of get that out of it. But it's a long way to go with it all. I think the best part about what we're talking about is what Marcus really said is companies like Puffco that are providing a usable platform that is convenient for consumers to put in their pocket or their backpack. And that's the best we can do right now. I mean, I the moment that Puffco came out, everyone would be like, what do you think? What do you think? It's not a mothership. Well, yeah, it's not a mothership. It's totally different. And it brings accessibility where the mothership doesn't, as Marcus said. So I think that's the beauty of it all and what I appreciate out of it. And it's a great platform, but
it's an interesting conversation because you definitely, obviously when you think of a market like California and there's just like millions of these things getting used, like an outrageous amount, it definitely becomes, I always had a deep appreciation, and this is not Gary's unit. I think this was like a rip-off version that Torch did, but this was the pen that Gary Bay did. Gary Bay was the gentleman who really was involved in the beginning. He always claimed that the designs that he threw away in China got taken out of the garbage bin and turned into the vape pen industry. And Gary was always very, very conscious. He's who I brought to the table to do the Trinity pen. And so Gary was one of the first to like open up cartridges and open them up and realize that there was soldering that was getting smoked, that there were these cotton wicks that had chemicals in them. They were, he was really the guy that kind of was uncovering that while no one else was really interested in doing it. And so we had this really high level of consciousness in regards to these pens. And I thought, man, I can get behind that. Like this guy is on the ball. So, like I said, this is a rip-off version of his pen, but even the metal mouthpiece with the screen on the inside, right? Little metal screen. Everything about this pen could be taken apart. Gary's pen, at least. You could take the whole thing apart. You could take the internal part. Like I have photos going way back on my Instagram where you'll see all these little cogs. It looks like parts of a watch. but it's actually parts of his vape pen. And he ran over 2 kilos of oil through one of his pens. And so, he also had a very hard time with the disposable in the sense that he knew how unnecessary it was. He was like, look, if you just build the right hardware and you give them the right hardware, from there on, it's just a matter of selling them, buckets or whatever for them to just put into through the pen on their own. To each their own. There's always going to be a very loud chirping voice against disposables in particular. I'm on the fence with it. I know that it's like ideally not that good, and then I try to realize, well, I'm doing as many good things in life as possible. Maybe I won't end up continuing with vape pens, or maybe I'll travel down the rabbit hole of trying to come up with something different in regards to the way I sell rosin to make it even more convenient and accessible to go into, devices like Puffco, which very well could be something that happens here in the future. I've had a partner for a while now, um, who's just texted me, actually, funny enough. I like when the coincidence does its dance right in front of me. Who's got some really interesting things on the go. It's doubtful he'll mention too many of them today, but he's got some very, very interesting things on the go. This will be foreshadowing. I know how annoying that is when someone mentions and teases something a little bit like that, but it's not mine to share, and I'm under a strict NDA, so that makes it pretty easy not to share as well. But he'll come in here really soon and introduce himself and give us a little background into what he's doing. For those of you that don't know, he just started the Instagram account Bunker Innova. And so I'm not sure if you guys have seen some of the Bunker Innova posts in regards to holography. Yeah, holography. In regards to holography, all sorts of wild things going on in the Instagram world in regards to that. I think there was a couple people that posted about it in a very short period of time.
What was the
You do.
bunker? What was? Oh, I'm sorry, Colin. Bunker
Oh, no.
what?
Innova,
Instagram?
Innova, like innovation, but Innova.
So you can, this is the holographic. You can do this to chocolate and other confectionery things. So
But guess for how long you can do it for chocolate?
I have no idea, but I know that it's
Like
possible.
like under a minute before the
Got it.
chocolate is ever moving. I won't be the one to explain this stuff because it's really his specialty. But you're right, they have done it on chocolate. They've just never figured out how to stabilize it on chocolate, I think is
Yeah.
the case. Like it disappears. I think it's the same case for a lot of things that you put it onto, but depending on what he wants to share today, he can share it with us. It should be fun. It should be fun.
Wow, some really cool opalescence. He's got the parallax coming out of the magnifying glass. Um, Pretty neat stuff. How a crystalline, I guess he's doing that with crystals of somewhat. It creates that opalescence. Pretty I mean, beautiful.
Yeah, yeah, he's a tripper, dude. You'll get along with him for sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
the resin, or how you get the resin. I think just when you were talking before we mentioned bunker there, it's like it's removing as many things in between the resin and the person. Not everyone can do forest baths in the cool spring mornings to
Why
get their
not?
medicine. So
What the fuck?
um,
Who are you telling me there's people that aren't doing that, Adam?
well, I do think that is a great holistic concept of city design, of bringing more of that back into our lives. But step by step, pulling the wand out of your backpack is kind of where we're at. And I mean, that's why the Trinity pens were good. That's why the work Colin's doing. It's just recognizing that there's a gentleness. You don't want the PEG, the polyethylene glycols, where all of that vape began is pretty gnarly. This, I think it's sodium phosphate that's created when PEG is heated. So these people are literally huffing acid vapors, and so it's like yeah, moving towards the cleanest medicine in the most gentle, coolest inhalation. I mean, this is a good direction. Um, more
I'm not
gardens,
opposed.
more
Yeah.
gardens is a good idea.
I saw a really cool thing recently. It was called the garden sock. And it's these giant black socks, and you just fill them up with earth and you just lay them down on concrete. And it's like the cheapest way to turn a parking lot. You don't have to build with expensive wood. There's no beds. It's just done in this giant sock. And I was like, man, that is unbelievable how accessible it is. You know, it's tough because business and capitalism generally pulls the focus towards profit margins. And so profit margins, you often forget about, you know, maybe the more vulnerable people who maybe don't make up as much of what you would think your margins are. And but to see this, you know, to be like, man, this is like a really incredible concept, the garden sock. Fill it up, throw it on your deck, throw it on whatever. The guy they were interviewing was like an agronomist, and he was just like, I don't think I've ever seen a cheaper way to bring growing food and herbs accessible to people in the city. You can throw them on
Just
your, go ahead.
the profit margin thing is so important to recognize that all of the incentives, if you tied in the I don't know what it's called, but the later costs of production, such if you tied the cancers and the cost of that into the dirty food or the application of glyphosate, you know, if you tied that together, the profit margin disappears and it becomes way more expensive to not do it clean, to not provide, to not take care of the watershed. So it's really like a non-recognition and a diffusion of the obligation and liability that makes it the profit margin even in existence. And yeah, so that's right. That's somewhat on us. The earth bags, these simple technologies of not applying fancy poison to the product as it's growing, you know, it's actually expensive to do that. And it's less expensive to maybe fill an earth bag with nitrogen and carbons and have living soil do the work of that. And there's, oh man, so such nice new guests.
Yes, well, welcome to the Spartans who just popped in. Do you guys like that? The
Hey,
Spartans?
I like that. I like that, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll take Lady Spartan all day. Damn straight.
yeah, Lady Spartan. That sounds like banger.
Thank you.
What's going on, man?
Well, just doing a little hash church, chatting with the Wolf Mountain and Colin. I see that Bunker Innova just popped in as well with some beautiful palm trees in the background.
Yeah, I love what Adam was talking about there, Wolf Mountain there. As I was coming in, it's like speaking to my soul there, man, as I'm out there propping up some of my vegetables that I put out a little early, and the frost kind of got them a little bit today, but I think they're gonna make it through. I was, being a little greedy, I guess, but I don't care. I think it's gonna be
A
all right.
little greedy, Michigan, April
Hey,
27th.
hey, man, when it's warm outside, you gotta follow nature sometimes.
Oh, he's got his puppy. Look at the puppy.
Oh, beautiful dog.
That's a intelligent dog, like beyond intelligent. Oh my God.
Oh.
Look at the, now that's a puppy. These two with their dogs. Are you
Oh my
seeing this?
gosh.
Oh my gosh. I forgot about those little puppies. His puppy's not a puppy, but his puppy, that
Is a
border
pup.
collie knows like, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but like 100, 200, some ridiculous amount of words. Like hundreds?
Wow.
More.
Hundreds. No, no, no. Like he throws like a room full of toys and then they all have names and he says, go get this toy. And it just goes right to that toy and gets it and brings it back in like a room full of toys.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That,
yeah.
That's some
Really
good
that's
choices.
intelligent.
amazing.
Super intelligent dog.
Lots of energy. I wish I could bottle that up and use it myself.
My
Yeah.
girl over here will kick the door while she's sleeping and then start barking, thinking somebody's at the door. So,
Oh my God. That is awesome. That's why we love dogs though, isn't it?
Yeah,
You
I love
know,
dogs. I mean, when you can come home
for 10 years straight. And, 10 years and 3 days, you open that door and they're just as happy to see it on that day one as at 10 years and day one,
Well, and you know what? It's crazy, not to flip the script, but it's because, I've lost my doggy the last couple of years. It's like every one of those is like how sad you are when they're gone.
Oh,
Yeah.
The grief is just outrageous on, losing the family dog is just I'll
And
never
then it's
have
hard to
been through
go
a
get
worse
another one.
experience.
That's the first
We
instinct is to go get
didn't.
another one, but then you're
Yeah,
like,
we
well,
didn't.
I go
Can't
through that
replace
again.
that.
No, well, that's the thing. It's a weird it's just a weird feeling, that
I think
whole.
it's cool to find those little personality quirks show up in each of them, though. And then you always find yourself, oh man, well, my last dog, he did it like this, but look at her go, I like that. It always reminds you of them still.
It's a lot like kids.
Family. It's
So-
right to say family. It's a
Yeah.
pack. They do it well, and 90% of them communicate exceptionally, better than humans. A lot of the things that
Yeah.
we do in our socialization, men are dogs, and not in a bad way. But this is when we're at our best, we behave like the canines, and there's no such thing as a lone wolf. That's a total fallacy. If they're alone, they're not quite a wolf. And so, family is everything, good communication. They're not this idea of the big bad wolf. They're very kind of peaceful. They want to avoid conflict as much, which is why they bark. The ones that will run up and bite, that is an anxious 10% of the pack that likely should not be proliferated. And
What breed do you have there? What's your puppy?
What's that?
What's your breed? What's the puppy you got right there?
So we've had a few generations of wolves, of timber wolf German shepherds, when we moved out here 20 years ago. And so having generations and breeding them, this was a great lesson and taught me a lot about
That's incredible.
So currently we have a male Caucasian shepherd or Caucasian ovcharka, and they're the big livestock guardian dog breed. And he bred with our Swiss shepherd Ella, and I'll try to get some pictures up. But this is Ola. She's the pick of the litter. She's the one who presented herself as the most kind and gentle, and
she looks like a chonky one.
She's again, that's part of her being.
Tell her how old that dog is. Tell her how old that dog is.
This is a 5-week-old pup. So
Oh
No.
in 3 weeks, they're going to be looking for homes. I'm trying to get wolfmountainorganics.com up to display them because it'd be nice to not
that
just
poor
have to.
mom. That poor mom.
So,
Oh my God.
but
Huge.
I mean, the gentleness is present, and yeah, I just want to speak to that, and I'll end it with that. Is that the ideas we have of wolves and dogs is wrong. They're not big bad. They're mainly they forward good communication and family values, and that is the kind of, I think, what everyone was attempting to express, that love is there and it's unconditional, and that's something that we as humans, when we're at our best, we're acting like dogs somewhat.
Yeah, just watch the wolves walk through the forest or through the plains and look at the order that they go in, and look how the leader is always way at the back, kind of by himself, overwatching the rest of the pack. All the order, the strategy, and the understanding of keeping the women and children safe. That's what it's all about. Every time they travel, it's all about keeping the females and the youth as safe as humanly possible. And that is like the greatest instinct that you could ever possibly succumb to, right? That's just the instinct
out of the 40 beautiful creatures we've had, only one of them was extremely problematic and couldn't quite socialize. The rest were beautiful, and the women alphas were the most intelligent, most kind, most powerful, most ready to run right after the bear. So it's like that's another thing is the females really do run run the wolves, and that's that was cool. The guys are much more Scooby-Doo-ish, dopey, beta, maybe more ready to vocalize because of some fear, but man, the matriarchy is real.
That's awesome. Bunker, you gonna introduce yourself and say hello? Get you off mute there. How you doing, brother?
Hello. Hi there. How's it going, guys?
Dude, it's good to have you on Hash Church. It's wild to hear you on Hash Church.
Well, first of all, they should know I'm kind of shy. Just so it's a big deal to be here.
It's a
Uh
big deal for sure. I've been talking to you for over a year, like on the daily, about
yeah.
all sorts of wild stuff, some completely
Yes.
wild stuff. And no, I think it's good, man. I think it's good for you to come and share on Hash Church. And you
Thank-
made that little Instagram account and started sharing some pretty interesting things, and people are just like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
It's been fun. It's been eventful, right? But we had to do it for certain reasons to kind of finally come out of the bunker in short terms. I've been hiding for too long, so nice to see you all. I've been watching all of you guys for probably more than a year. Um, but it's good to be here. Before I forget about the dogs, you are completely right. That was Adam, right? Adam.
Yes.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is mother and daughter. They changed my life 360 degrees. They have made me so much happier. So I decided to breed her. I kept the girl, and they are so smart, and the unconditional love that they give you, it's almost unnatural because it's not good even for them, to a certain extent, because if you get a bad owner, their unconditional love is so unconditional that they will still love you. So it's been quite an incredible experience to understand what unconditional love is that humans do not have. But we can definitely learn a lot just by being with them and watching them. So it's um once I have the video, Marcus, I can send it to you about the toy video that's famous. She has a video in the Dodo. I don't know if you guys know the Dodo. It's an animal video show. She knows 3,000 words right now. She knows about 500 names of toys. So I can put the whole mountain of toys and I just say the name of the toy and she'll bring it. They used to say that dogs do not see color. I've proven it wrong. There's a video on YouTube. I buy dice that are different colors and I say, bring the green dice, bring the blue dice. She always gets it right. So they see colors. So there's so much more to know about dogs, but research stopped years ago, probably 20, 30 years ago. We haven't done any research on dogs. So it's quite amazing to start figuring these things out by yourself by having a dog. Anyways, I'm done with the dog thing.
Dude, we love the dogs. We love the dogs. So tell us what's going on in your world.
It's been crazy, as you know, right? I work in nanotechnology. I have been manufacturing nano solutions for all kinds of industries, from big pharma to cosmetics to the cannabis industry and car industry and all kinds of other stuff. And what we do is basically, my father started the company 45 years ago, and he studied in MIT, and he studied from the guy that discovered holography. So ever since then, right after MIT, he opened the first holographic company in the world. And holograms apparently have a lot to do with cannabis, as now you know, right? Which is crazy. There's a lot of connections from manufacturing to all the things that I am discovering that you, Marcus, know that we're just showing the little bits of glimpses of the hologram part. But I am working on extraction systems that have to do with not using mesh bags, no polyester bags, no nylon bags. We're working on something super exciting that I know you want to get it out ASAP, and we're biting our tongues here, right? But I think it's gonna be very exciting once we announce it to everybody. It's been 5 years in the making. It's been a nightmare, but it's been a fun nightmare nonetheless, that's for sure. And in regards to track and trace, I've developed a hologram that I want to substitute for the big RFIDs that are destroying the industry in the United States. Metric, decided to go with a dying technology called RFIDs. They are super expensive because they cannot be produced in mass volume and reduce the cost because they rely on chips and pieces. They're not flexible. So the idea of why the taxes are so high, a lot of people don't understand, is because the owner of Metric was able to make a great deal with the lobbyist that the taxpayer, the consumer, is the one that pays for the RFIDs. So that's why the taxes have just been going up the roof, because RFIDs, one RFID will cost you almost a dollar. And so we're working on showing something very soon that you've seen, which is a label that is environmentally friendly, does not use any chips. We discovered how to extract information from optics, as I'm trying to show a little bit in the Instagram, little by little. And
Yeah, you should talk a little bit about your Instagram, because not everyone will have seen it or will have understood it. So whatever you're willing to share about your Instagram, definitely do that. And
can
then
I
I
say
can,
the story why I had to put that Instagram on?
yeah, sure.
Yeah, there is a guy, and I don't like to talk bad about anybody, as but someone read my patent, um, and they started posting, pretending to be me and already offering services that I didn't even understand what they were offering. So I think you or someone sent me the link of the hologram on cannabis, and this is one of the IPs that I have, but no one is still figuring out what the real application is, as you know. So I had to kind of go on Instagram, put an Instagram account because I'm not a social media guy, and kind of get this guy back on his seat, because this guy was out of control. He has done this to other people in the industry. And so I was lucky to have enough videos to prove that I am the guy that really understands the holography, and this guy, you know, uh, kind of went away, but not really. So what I'm showing there is I discovered how to put holography on crystalline. Crystalline has an incredible property that is it has a refractive index, a very high refractive index. Almost nothing in nature has something like this. You have to make this type of stuff in a lab. So labels that have holography, you have to put metal and stuff. I mean, all kinds of stuff just to make it refractive. The beautiful thing here is that there is nothing added to this thing that you're seeing right now. It's just a stamp, and the technology is behind the stamp in the surface. That's done with a laser or an e-beam, and you are literally carving such tiny structures that they interact with light. Now, the hard part is being able to know how to shoot RGB, which is red, green, blue, into one eye and to the right eye. And by doing so, you create 3D images. And these are simple effects, but you've seen the Taj Mahal and the other images I'm creating. Those ones, you're giving so much information to the structures in order for the human eye to see. But in reality, all there is, if you see it with an electron beam microscope, is just crystalline being manipulated. And the structures are so hard because the nature of the resin is that they stay. So chocolate, candy, everybody in the confectionery industry tried for years to put holography on this stuff. They were never able to because of the nature of these materials. Crystalline because it's oil based, and it's hydrophobic. I'm sorry, hydrophobic, meaning that it's water repellent. It's perfect for a hologram because it repels water. It is a hard crystalline structure, and so you can put information in there. And one of the ideas is you powderize these guys. Imagine the whole surface has nanotext that you can see with a microscope that is attached to your phone. So very fast, you put it in and you see valid, secure. these are texts that you cannot see with the naked eye. So imagine that whole surface you're looking at right now has nanotext. You powderize this stuff, and California and Colorado have been looking and asking, lobbyists have been asking for a track and trace solution. And there are all these DNA protein tagging companies that are trying to show themselves in MJ BizCon. And it's disgusting because they're trying to, tag flower with DNA from animals or DNA from something else. So you're adulterating the flower, and then you're consuming DNA from something else. So my idea here was, if you put holography on both sides of that very smooth slab, then you powderize it. Each powder, let's say a 60 micron powder, will have almost 40 characters of text. So you're talking about a powder that is smaller than a grain of salt. And so each one on both sides have 80 characters of information. So if you powderize that, you have glitter. Glitter is made with holography by just powderizing a metal plastic where the hologram is in. Now we can make glitter with THCA, but that's not the idea. Now you can shoot this powder in a conveyor where the flower is coming in. This is the only solution I could come up with, where lobbyists and people are asking for something that not only the brand will accept, but the consumer. So you're tagging at the end of the day. If you shoot this powder into the flower, it shoots with so much pressure, and because they're crystals, they break in through the crevices, they just stick in, and now you have just tagged flower with crystalline cannabinoids. And if you want to go and validate it wherever, if someone gets sick, someone is trying to sue the company, if whatever, it happens all the time, by the way. Companies can now protect themselves, consumers can protect themselves, and there is information now in the flower that you could check and see if you got the real stuff or the counterfeit. So that's one of them.
So you're spraying. That's so crazy, dude. First of all, okay, so people have to wrap their head around this because it took me a very long time. There is nothing in that piece of crystalline hologram with like the Taj Mahal. There's nothing added to it. It's not a film, it's not an ink, it's not like anything. It's like a microscopic carving that creates diffraction, that creates these images that can move as you. It's so fucking crazy that even as he was posting it, people were like, oh, who's gonna smoke? Like not having an understanding, very much like I didn't. I don't think holography is some common fucking sense concept. It's totally counterintuitive and insane. Although I did read The Holographic Universe many, many years ago, which was an incredible book, especially the metaphoric, the fact that the hologram, like he was saying, when you powderize it, right? Like a hologram, the way it works is even the smallest piece of the hologram contains the data of the entire hologram. And this is like a hard thing to wrap your head around when you're really not understanding. Most people see it and they're like, oh, it's just like he stamped some kind of diffractive ink on top of the crystalline structure. Also, the one that I showed, the clear crystal structure, was that THCA? You're muted.
All THCA and CBDA so far, but I'm gonna play with some other A's very soon.
But
you
still,
got
that's incredible, dude, that you can just put that. That was a piece of THCA. That
that's
was the crystalline structure you were talking
That's
about.
that's that's the material you're using. That's the important part, is you have a
Dude,
non-toxic
Adam,
material.
you grow your metric tags on your farm.
I've got a question with that though, because if it's on the product and it's safe to consume, so you consume the product and it's used for verifiability and to refer back to, what happens after you smoke it? How do you go back and see what's on the product? Like you've consumed it at that point.
This
Your
was love.
DNA verifies it.
you're consuming, but hopefully the idea is you grab a jar that you just bought, hopefully in the store, right? The idea, and you open it up, you rolled up a joint, and you started getting sick, or you don't feel good, and then you ended up in the hospital, and then now you want to sue whoever you want to sue. Um, they're gonna ask
What are you,
for
American?
Exactly. As you can see, I've been exposed to this too much. This is my business. It happens way too often. It's crazy what's going on in this world. So people want to protect themselves. Companies want to protect themselves. So what you do is you go back to that jar and you just look in with a microscope, and you're gonna find all of these tiny dust particles that are THCA. And in that particle, if you zoom in with a microscope, you're gonna see the holographic text.
Wow.
And so that's the idea. And yeah, it's there's nothing in it. Like once you understand that what we're doing is we're engraving that structure first into a stainless steel plate. So it's 100% food grade. And that plate is constantly just stamping over the THCA. So there's no consumables. It's not bad for the environment. There is no inks. There is no any of that nasty stuff. It's not a crazy thing. It really is going to help people. The other idea I just posted on Instagram is you have a coin shaped THCA with a hologram on top, but this is a special hologram that is very delicate to moisture and temperature fluctuations. So if you put a little coin, imagine it's just a validator. Yep, that's the concept right there. And I'm showing already a video of one. And so you can make them very small so you don't have to spend too much money putting it on top of the 1 grammer or whatever concentrator product. But the idea is that structures are made so that if moisture goes in, those structures will change, will kind of literally dissolve, and you start to see another pattern. And in the package, it will tell you if you see this pattern, there has been moisture exposed to your concentrate. And
That's
the pattern
beautiful.
is just, thank you, appreciate it. So that's the idea. And same with temperatures. If the
So time
concentrate,
out. Is that little round disc also made of THCA?
yeah, 100%. Yeah.
See, I think this is going over everyone's heads, dude. That's why I have to keep asking you these questions. So let me just show that one more time, dude.
It's because classically litmus tests and things like this are toxic chemicals. And I think that is the most important thing, is this non-toxic material, to create your holograms that nature knows how to do, little fire opal, botryoidal opalescence out of nature. You taking these materials and being able to verify that, hey, this stayed cool, they stayed cold until it got to you, is amazing. Yep. And I just, all the way back to your beginning statement of the state wants to know there's custody and that none of this is self-regulated market and all of this thing. Right. Really the importance is the user knowing that it's clean, the user having the data that it was kept cold. And so I would, in all this, put a little pushback and say the importance isn't of the state to understand its custody as much as the user knows its product has been taken care of and is clean and verified. And so the fact that you're getting that data to the user, where California collects its assay, and even if it has glyphosate in it, if it's under passable levels, it gets a pass, and that's all the user sees. And so there's still work to do there. That's very, very cool little.
It's an incredible technology. And then it also, speak a little bit about the data retention or the accessibility of data that you can embed into these holograms, very much like a QR code, but really very much cooler than a QR code.
You nailed it. This is something, it's been 10 years in the making with my father. We found a way to make optical QR codes, we call them. QR codes have been nice for all of us, but to a certain extent, they don't have too much application because they're made with ink. They're printed on a surface, and you can copy that QR code 1 billion times, and any scanning device is going to validate it because it's the same QR code copied over and over. When you put a optical hidden QR code, let's say a covert and overt information, which you can with holography, all of a sudden you have information that, yes, you can see with the eye. We could make things that you can see with the eye. You can validate it with the eye, saying, for example, in the instructions, if you turn it 90 degrees, you're going to see another image appear that says valid. And we can do that with that coin. So that coin can have many different visual cues to show you, validation. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, the hidden information can be extracted now through an iPhone, through the optics of the camera. So this is a huge technology that we're trying to like I said, get it to the full custody chain, like you just said, Adam. Because my idea would be, if this can be inside of a product like a concentrate, then we already extended it further to the consumer, where they're going to open it now and know a lot of information. And if they want to know more information and the hologram is still visible, which means it was well kept, but there are still a little changes here and there, you will be able to scan it and it will tell you more information and exact things of what it went through, just by scanning and looking at the holography, if that makes sense.
I
So
mean,
it's a
dude,
little
I see a future of, buying your concentrate and you hit it with your phone and maybe you're projecting it onto a screen at the time and you got a room full of people and it's like, let's see where this came from. And it's like, boom, you just met the farmer, you just saw the field, you just saw how they processed it. It went right into a cold supply chain. It got processed. You met the hash maker. Now you're meeting and just like a 3 minute or a 2 minute little short video coming out of the QR code. Maybe it even comes out as the brand comes out three-dimensionally and it opens the mouth of the wizard and now that's the TV and you're watching this little video. It's literally anything you can think of. It's
anything.
so fucking cool.
Well,
It's
and there's two
wild.
points. There's 2 points too that I'd love to make too. Is like from working in with metric and having to deal with the biggest thing that appalled me was the mountains of garbage, that it created, and you're
Correct.
eliminating that problem, and that's a godsend, man. Thank you for that. And
Yeah.
and then the other point is you can think beyond cannabis with this. You can eliminate that problem, just not with cannabis, but across the board with our food chain, or
Add THCA to all our food.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. It's yep. Marcus knows of another patent in Canada they've used. I mean, holography has so many applications. I think you, Marcus, told me about the one that Canada uses for the army, right? For weapons. So
Um, oh no, was I nah, the only one I know about the Army for weapons was the US government they had a patent called stuff dust.
so
The
it's a
com
very good idea, because if armies are gonna do nasty stuff in war, which they do, the idea behind this was, why don't we put glitter holographic stuff that doesn't melt? It's a different type of thing, but it's still the same concept. And in each bomb, as they are dropped, you'll be able to forensically know who dropped it,
Exactly.
and it's something very nice in case they're doing some criminal things, right? So it's a track and trace also for all kinds of stuff, but the idea here is for peace and love type of track and trace. And yes, Adam, for your idea, the hologram that I'm working on, it's the world's first variable holography. So we're about to change holography for the better. Holograms for the last 50 years have been analog. You take a month to make one design, and then that design gets repeated over and over. Have you seen in your credit card, your Visa, that Eagle hologram? They're still using the same hologram for years. So with our technology, you'll be able to, in 1 second, make a hologram, in 2 seconds make another one, and each one is completely visually and covertly variable. So that means that now you have a 1 cent label instead of 75 cents to $1 of something that's not flexible and heavy and wasteful. And even the shipping is expensive of RFIDs because they're so heavy, as you probably know. So you guys probably know better about this nightmare. And with these labels, they're so tiny, they can be environmentally friendly because there's no ink in them, and they're super cheap. You will lower the taxes in California that are killing it right now, because a lot of people don't know that millions of dollars from taxes come from the RFIDs.
Dude,
Because
they definitely don't know because I was talking to my
no,
buddy
no,
the other day and I was like, "Well, how much are you paying for these?" Like, "I don't pay anything,
free,
man. They're free." And
free,
he literally was like, "They're free. I get like 2,000 of them per crop." And I'm like, "They're
free.
free." I'm like, "Dude, like you have to know they're not free." There's
They were they were brilliant, man. How I can't even say the name of the owner. I mean, I've had a talk with them. when he found that. My idea was I was going to show him something better than what he had, and we would partner
Yeah,
up.
right. Give him a heart attack, scare the shit out of him.
Apparently,
Nothing's free.
you were right on that one.
Yeah, it happens that way. I've had it happen myself where I've discovered an incredible technology and brought it to the people who are in the position to benefit the most from it, and also who inevitably would be the ones to benefit the least from it if they ignored it. And
Yes,
man, they ignored it. Holy shit,
yes.
did they ignored it?
It's the human ego. It's the or there's more to the story, right? But that is the case. So slowly we'll make our way. I'm just trying to get connections to the lobbyists because those are the people that make decisions for us. So hopefully this becomes a whole food chain. You know, the label, because the label is so much cheaper, you can make tiny labels that can end up in products like the tax stamps in Canada. You know, every product that you have in Canada has a little tax stamp. So
Mhm.
same thing. That's the beauty about Canada is that the consumer can track all the way through the chain until you get the product of what happened to that product before you consume it. Here we lose that chain of custody and knowledge in the store. So exactly. So making, yeah, that is a security tax stamp. It supposedly has security inks and security that can be counterfeited anywhere now. But
Oh, from a grower's perspective too, it's just like to know that it's also made from THCA. Oh, cool. So you're making a market for the product that I'm growing? Wonderful. It's
Dude,
just like
it's
a
the
win, a
craziest
win, a
thing.
win, a
You
win.
grow your own metric tags at your own like
Yeah.
this is you have to understand when he first started telling me this, I was just like, dude, nobody is gonna be letting you put anything. I've seen these Chads at MJ Biz conference with their protein fucking spray on like it's just like psh. I'm
applied
just like,
DNA.
dude, nobody is ever gonna let you do this. And he's
No
like,
spraying out proteins.
he's got this smirk on his face, like, oh well, what do you think it could be made of that people would be accepting of it? And I'm like, literally nothing. There's nothing you could say that it was made out of that I could possibly agree with. And he's like, well, what about THCA? And I'm like, uh,
Yeah, it's
okay.
an improvement on the old tech. You know, the idea of RFID, it's just a serial number that maybe is approachable with a radio frequency. It's like I really always liked the tax stamps. Oh, this isn't coming in. Okay, of like you know, Italian tax stamps used vector lines that were very hard to print. And
You
on
know,
wine bottles, you know, you'd have this really detailed vector
Yeah.
that assured you it was that good water, you know. So it's like that technology is cool. You're improving on the technology. You're removing the ink. It's a move towards
He's
something
way
better.
ahead of his time.
That's
Like
very
people in
cool.
the people some people in the chat are like, I don't get it. It's like, of course you don't get it. It's literally ahead of its time. We don't have cold supply chain yet, but when we do, he's got the technology in place already to ensure that it stays in place right till the customer cracks that jar and knows that, oh, you know what? My cold chain. I mean, dude, if you could do it to the
Yeah.
point where it was temperature dependent, like you could actually change the image and it could tell you, oh, this image means it went to 20 degrees Celsius. This image means it went to 10 degrees Celsius. That is
That would be
insane.
cool.
And of course, brands like mine will be all over that shit. The idea of wanting to
Especially for a
choose,
penny label. Come on.
dude, I'm telling you,
Anything
man.
over 4 degrees Celsius is unacceptable. Keep it cool.
And I know that the cannabis industry will, in the future, take a beating on counterfeiting. Once brands get popular enough, like anything does, counterfeiters will come into play where I'm sure Cookies has probably already had their names and their packaging jacked because they're at that level already. But other brands will get to those levels where, you'll just, if you don't do the work, you're basically saying your customer base isn't worth it because the work is basically assuring your customer, look, if you support our products, we're going to make sure that you get our products. And we're not going to ignore the fact that there's groups out there that have the same manufacturing for Chinese packaging as we do, because it's not as hard as you think to counterfeit simple packaging. But it is harder than you think to counterfeit what Ori is doing.
Yeah.
My buddy last night was enjoying some Tyson Ranch vape, diamonds, whatever, and he was just coughing his head off. And he's like, I'm not sure if this is quite what it
Yep.
says it is, you know. He said, you know, and it's like, yeah, it's that unsurety that someone's just aping the name instead of giving you the real deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Robert Carroll is he's officially coining you the hologram man, Ori. So that's my buddy Robert, who's got the cows down in Spain.
Thank you, Robert. I like that. I I am excited to show more. I think I'm gonna post soon the video showing how the powder gets shot into the flower,
Mm.
and then slowly start showing how easy it is to validate this stuff, you know. And at one point, Marcus, we're gonna have your beautiful logo made into holography, and
Yeah, I'm
and we're
stoked
gonna,
on that.
yeah, man, we're gonna make labels and we're gonna make THCA stamps just to show everybody that you can make a personalized stamp. And you know, that I think it's gonna be amazing with your logo. So I'm excited. I'm working slowly on all the visual effects, because man, the stuff that I can do with this logo, it's just infinite. We can make, for example, the head turn. I can make 200 images in that same uh area. So meaning that you can put a video in your art. I'm just giving ideas, you know. You're gonna tell me what you like, but a 3.5-second video from left to right as you move it, you can have the genie move, smile, do whatever. We can make the moon come up and down. We can do so many fun stuff. The Is it holding a trichome or a bubble?
Yeah, he's kind of holding a giant trichome head, which
Okay.
looks like an orb. Shout out to Max from Mothership, who designed and created
Great. It's
that
great. We're gonna
wizard.
do something crazy with that one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it too. I love the sort of psychedelic aspect of the hologram and the nature of holograms. You know, it so ties into the experience of cannabis and being high and tapping into, you know, the source, whether it's the mycorrhizosphere or the fungi intelligence or whatever it is, you're tapping in. And holography, I mean, please argue with me that it's not psychedelic,
No,
someone.
you
The
nailed it.
fractal.
It's RGB. It's the actual colors of light. It's red, green, and blue. And all of those three colors make all of the other colors you see. And the beauty is that you got it. It can be an eye massager. And I've made holograms that are like more mantra, more like for meditation. And you will look at this guy and you start meditating. And before you know it, you're like in a relaxed state, because what it's doing is it's shooting information in the form of pure color light that's not being altered by humans, because all of the pigments are. So it's coming straight from the sun and then into your eyes, diffracted by these structures. So giving you literally an eye massage and probably increasing your retina retention of color and stuff, for all I know. It's just an incredible thing. Yeah, I love
It's
it.
the
I don't know if
RGB, but it's the in-betweens. It's the interaction of the in-betweens. And I mean, we were studying a little quantum science. We were questioning quantum computing, and I realized, oh, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the in between the 0 and the 1, and how, if you know, and I don't know his name, but there's a philosopher mathematician who talked about how you can chop a number in half infinitely. And I think this is somewhat what has led us there. And the idea that life seems to unfold from nothing, from sunlight comes resin, comes fat of the land. And I mean, I do think the holography is a great representation of this, how shape and color, you can mechanically imprint and get the light to display something that, you know, with ganja, it's the connection with God. It is God's garden, and we're returning. And so this light interaction, how we're somewhat imbibing light or condensed light when we consume. I mean, this is all very cool. I like that riff, Marcus.
I love what you're saying, Adam, because nature, like you said, has been making holograms way before us. Butterflies, beetles, reptiles, flowers, plants. Every plant, even cannabis, if you see it in special spectrum of lights, it has a special spectrum. It's its signature. It's its name. It's its profile. Why? Maybe at night there's an animal that it wanted the moon shining into the cannabis to see. A lot of flowers have this so that the bees or the special insect knows that's my flower, that's my symbiotic relationship. So it's all around us. Reptiles have beautiful, birds have beautiful holograms that I'm still trying to understand and replicate, and I'm not even there yet. So it's um it's been used to attract information from males and females to let the female or the male know in nature if it's a viable mate. And so holography has been used as information for probably billions of years, for all we know, if not millions. So it's quite an incredible thing. We're just tapping in. Holography is not just is just the beginning, because I told Marcus I'm working on copying other structures. For example, the lotus flower. So if you guys ever see the lotus flower, the lotus effect, check it out on YouTube. It's an incredible thing. The lotus flower grows out of a dirty pond, and it comes out of the water, and then it's a beautifully clean white or different color flower, and it floats in the pond. And this flower, you can put honey on top, you can put oil, you can put water, and it looks like it defies gravity because the droplets of the honey or the water that fall into the surface of the flower will stay as droplets. They roll because they have no surface tension, and as they roll, they pick up all the dust, all the dirt in the surface, and that's how the flower cleans itself. Now they've tried to do this same effects with chemicals. You guys have seen the one that you spray on your shoe and it becomes hydrophobic and all that. Horrible for the environment.
The one that like disrupts your central nervous system and
It confuses the endocannabinoid system, the petroleum derived synthetic detergents that come out of polyethylene cracking plants that they put in toothpaste, soaps, all the laundry, they're spraying all over the fields on our cities. It is disrupting our immune system 100%.
Yeah. And then they go out and they make these products, and then they do mats and they do all kinds of stuff that where food is actually touching. We have the solution. Physics has a solution. If you copy those structures on the plant, I have a lot of lotus flower right now. I'm looking at a microscope. If you copy those structures that nature figured out how to make so that it retains water in a droplet, which is insane. If you copy that in physics like holography and you replicate these structures, imagine you put this on a greenhouse so that the water always falls down and you don't have to ever clean it and it lasts way longer. You put it on a car, no more car washes, no more nasty chemicals for cleaning a car, because the moment you just throw water on the surface, it'll clean itself. So we're just scratching the surface of nanotechnology, of holography. And the beauty is that we are very excited to show you Marcus. When I say we, is me and Marcus, because he's the only one that knows here what I have been working for 5 years, which I consider this holography a very nice project and a very fruitful one, hopefully. But the one that we would really want to show is very exciting, and it has to do with everything we're talking about and more.
yeah, it
Right,
just
Mark?
it gets completely crazier. It's
Yeah,
absolutely mind
I
blowing.
just want to be quiet and let him talk and blow my fucking
No,
mind every time he
no,
goes on. Like
right now
he's telling me now, hey, I can treat your car
I gotta
and
bite my
I'm not gonna do
tongue.
any chemicals on it, and then you can piss on your car and it'll be cleaner after you piss on it. I mean,
It
that's what he's
will
telling
actually. It's insane.
Nature. It's nature, man. Hey, so that's a Michael Talbot book, the one that I mentioned earlier, The Holographic Universe. It's definitely, if
Yes,
you want to wrap your
yes,
head around holography, Michael
yes.
sort of goes into the whole, really, his argument is nothing less than the universe is one giant hologram, and it
Believe
is
it.
very well written, and it's super trippy.
Yep.
Stanislav Grof has another one called The Holographic Mind, which is
Holographic mind.
also an interesting book. Not quite on the same level as the holographic universe, but worth checking out. And then the other two I would say on this subject would be Eric K. Drexler, who coined the term nanotechnology back in the 80s at the Foresight Institute in Palo Alto, California. And his book was called Engines of Creations. That book was written in
Yes.
1988. My father gave me that book in like 1990. I'll never forget him
Wow.
putting that book in my hand and me being like, the fuck is this? That book blew my mind. Well, 25 years later, Eric
Yeah.
would write another book called Radical Abundance, and that one is really good too. It's kind of a recap and a catch up of where he thought nanotechnology was going when he started writing about
Wow.
it, and kind of where it's now going now, which is really, in most circles, when he coined the term nanotechnology, the majority of nanotechnology that he saw happen in the next 10 to 15 years was in Hollywood. And he was pretty bummed out about it. He was like, come on, let's get this into the labs. Let's do real nanotechnology. Let's not just talk about the concepts of it in movies and TV shows, but it's come a long way since. And it's not necessarily what you think, like microscopic machines, as much as like potentially bacterias and enzymes and organisms that can be, you know, controlled to a certain level to do things in pathways and mechanisms that maybe we're just learning how to understand, uh, you
Oh
know,
yeah.
in the next 20 years.
Or
We're
just
just getting
signals. Like I
started.
was reading a article about how they're trying to figure out the signaling patterns within a plant. So, for example, what would that be make, what would that do for us as a grower is the plant would be able to tell you, hey, I'm starting to get dry. Or a farmer in a field could maybe send a plant a signal like, hey, there's going to be a drought coming. You're not going to get rain for the next 3 days. And it could already, you know, start conserving water or something like that. That was blowing my mind listening about that kind of
That
stuff.
kind of sounds right up Bunker's alley, teaching his plants more than 3,000 words next.
Yeah.
I've been reading up on that. It's going to happen sooner than we think because they just found out the connection between fungus and all the trees and plants underneath.
Right.
And the way that they shoot information and pass information, carbon is passed under, the whole symbiotic relationship. That's where the information is. It's a neural network. It's just underneath us. And we probably copied it from them, because it's been way longer than what humans have been around. I mean,
Oh, for
fungus have
sure.
been around for almost, I
It
think, one
is
point
it is the
something
same.
billion.
It is the same language. Our body has little pockets in our gut that do assays
Yeah.
of what we are digesting. And it
Yeah.
is fungus and bacteria, just like in the soil in our gut, that the intelligence of our body is able to read what is present in the environment and then present a plan and a spread of treatment to grab what it needs, and us aligning with that conversation and not trying to add in some fancy technology of man, some synthetic whatever that tends to create more problems than it does solution, is the conversation we should be having. Is how
Is
do
that
we
the gut-brain connection that you're talking about?
That's right. I mean,
Okay.
the brain getting to the point where we realize our brain is in our gut. It's not just in our head. It extends into the bacteria. We get prompted, much in the way the plants do, from the exudase of the fungus and bacteria in our biome. We feel good because 2-AG and anandamide are created by the digestion of the fungus and bacteria in our gut from short chain fatty and amino acids. So when people don't feel good, or the fact that the medical solution to depression is adding salicylate salt condensed SSRIs into the biome, which removes the ability to produce the anandamide and 2-AG, creating the problem that it's trying to solve, creating malabsorption with the Ozempics and all of these other poisons. So this short-term view, non-recognition that our mind does exist in our stomach, and we must edify the system that exists. We are not going to be able to install a synthetic system over top. We literally need, just like the plants, we need the ingredients to be present. We need the sunlight, the water, and recognition that diversity, okay, and purity creates the juices that we're looking for, creates our happy juices, creates the resin, the fat of the land. And I I've been studying the nutritional aspect of this very directly recently, and when I started to hear the same things out of the Stanford gut biome doctors about polyphenols and indoles and the hormones that are produced that run our anti-inflammatory, and I started to realize that the synthetics that were going on to the food crops and our medicine crops are the same things that are going into our children's toothpastes and in all of the soap dishes. And you find the articles that specifically point to residue amounts of these synthetic detergents offend the epithelial layer of the gut, and it becomes demystified that we are creating leaky gut, that we are creating malabsorption. And once you offend the production of those hormones in the belly, it is very hard to upstart again. That's why when people end the SSRIs, they have suicidal ideation. That's why when they end the Ozempic, malabsorption is a problem forever. And recognizing that micro amounts of THC delta 9, terpenes, and endols and phenols from the plant, which are only preserved through cold chain the whole way because they're so volatile. And again, micro amounts, because that's what our own tummy produces. This is our best nutritional supplement to combat autoimmune, which is the fastest, largest growing problem we have. Thank you for listening.
Amen. That was
Thank you for
great.
sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
That was great, Adam. You nailed it, man. That was great. Yep. I think yeah, we got to start somewhere, right? But you nailed it. You nailed it.
Yeah,
Holy
they don't want you saying that in public, let me tell you.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Holy cow. It's even in private, getting my own family to recognize that their own doctor's prescriptions are what is possibly killing them, and presenting a plant oil as a remedy and a fix to their ailments. The fear is so much stronger, the dedication. And again, when people are hurt and in pain, fear and the ability to reason and are the first things that go out the window. And so it's very difficult in private to breach these things because people have this experience where possibly they have been harmed, but that's because the medicine that they tried that one time, maybe they were reacting to the pesticides that were on the medicine. And showing these problems of what's the nausea, what's the cannabinoid hypermesis that people claim or people point to. To me, this is like people will be in dirty pesticide laden grows. They will be eating pure sugar candy in their diet and also showing themselves in the emergency room from allegedly cannabis hypermesis syndrome, whereas it's like the cannabinoids were the only thing in your diet that was helping, but all else things are the problem. Let's not.
So I personally am fuck cannabis hypermesis syndrome. I am so sorry if you have it, but fuck all of those goddamn doctors that just want to assign it to you because, oh, well, this is easier to just blame it on that. Because the amount of hell that you have to go through continually trying to advocate for yourself, saying, hey, look, I did try to abstain, and it was fucking hell to get through. And then having to say, look, this is the only thing that is helping me. It's the only thing I've been able to find. They were prescribing me medications that were supposed to be healing like my gut lining because I had bleeding in my stomach lining and bleeding in my small intestines, and we couldn't figure out what the bleeding was even coming from. And so I was having to get like iron transfusions multiple times a week to fix this. And they they gave me this medicine that was supposed to help start healing the stomach lining, and instead it caused panic, anxiety, migraines to the point where I wasn't able to see visually. And I would go back and I would tell them, I cannot be on this. It's making it worse to function. I mean, I'm talking, I was doubled over in pain just trying to make, dinner for my kids and stuff, trying to get through and not throw up in the middle of cooking because whatever was going on with my stomach, trying to like using cannabis in any way that I can because a dab would help to put it back. A dab would be a strong enough form, like a concentrated form to push back the nausea and get me another 20 minutes. Like if I could get RSO and keep it down long enough, that was the only thing that would help to alleviate the inflammation and the nausea enough so that I could even consume food. I was losing weight so drastically. And I would go to the hospital and I would get laughed at. There was one specific doctor, and unfortunately it was the only hospital that I was able to go to for, you know, two years of my life because I was living in the middle of basically nowhere. So it was like this one facility and this emergency room doctor. I would go in and I would explain to him, hey, I've had, this sort of ailment. I'm dealing with this. I do have some anxiety. And he would start laughing at me. He would start using air quotes over things that I would say. And then I would say, okay, just send me home then. I'm sorry you can't help me. And the nurse would get mad at me when I tried to sign myself out, saying, well, you're not even taking our help. I'm like, how can I take help when you're laughing at me and not taking me seriously? You're blaming this all on my cannabis use when I'm telling you this is the only thing that I have found to even make anything remotely okay to get through. And oh, I'm sorry, just I feel very strongly
No,
against that
don't
because it
be.
is
You're correct.
garbage. And it's
The
so
system,
painful to
yeah.
advocate for yourself and get through it and keep pushing and then finally finding other people who are willing to listen finally and still pushing for it and having to fight a system that is supposed to help you and then just coming to the terms with, well, I can't go to them for help anymore. So I'm
You don't
It's
thankful
need
too
to
for
be
bad. It's
this.
too
sorry
bad
about it.
Adam wasn't your doctor.
There's
He just
hopeful. Look, there's hope. Marcus, you trained this in me is this is a hopeful message that there is solution. And, I assume that what they prescribed to you was polyethylene glycol based, maybe a hydrochloric steroid or of some kind that shut down immune system operation. And, we shouldn't get into that specifically, but the idea, the solution to a healthy plant and a healthy person are basic and base. They involve short chain amino fat and fatty acids. You do this by putting the ingredients into the stomach properly, really supporting hydrochloric acid and bile production, which may have been injured, which if food, even if you're eating proteins and fats, if that gets past the stomach into the gut without being broken down into short chain, then we are feeding the less preferable microbes. Just in the same way that probably feeding macronutrients to plants don't necessarily edify the mycorrhiza and so there's just a hopeful story of resin removing all things because our dish soap that likely everyone is using is the thing that causes leaky gut, that causes us to malabsorption. And that's why the problem is more widespread than cancer right now. And it leads to cancer. So just to say there is hope. And I'll just also give the quick fix. Things like vinegar as a clothes detergent and unscented Castile soap, an unscented Dr. Bronner's as a dish soap. These are quick fixes people can do to remove the synthetic detergents from their diet, because we are getting it inside of us. We must recognize that. You must say to the doctor, this is my diet. I'd like to speak to a nutritionist. And if their nutritionist doesn't point to the soap in the diet and doesn't allow the cannabinoids as a non-offensive, non-toxic addition, then they don't understand what's going on. And so keep the education going.
And don't be afraid to continually advocate for yourself. Stand up for yourself, because you might think that you can't. You might think this is all I have because, oh, I'm on state aid. I don't have the best insurance. I have lived literally the majority of my life on state aid, just Medicaid insurance. And when I was dealing with all of these issues, that's what I had to go through with it. And every time I would have to wait the weeks, the months to get the appointments. But you advocate for yourself. And if they're not listening, then you ask for someone else to come in right there. Like, do not think that they can push you around, that they can blame you and make you feel like shit because you found a way to make it through.
I agree 100%. You have to trust yourself, your gut instinct. And I went through the same. Adam, Indoles saved my life. I'll just leave it at that. And depression was something that I've dealt with most of my life until the last couple of years, thanks to me. Because if I would have kept on going on that route, I have a few friends that are not here anymore. And they're not here anymore because they listened to these people and they continued on that route, from ADHD medications to other, SSRIs and stuff, because depression and your biome is so different from one to the other that thinking that one class of medication is going to solve everybody's depression turns out, I think it's 5% or less, the people that benefit from SSRIs. So when I was desperate and I was having all these horrible side effects, and doctors kept laughing like they did to you, no, you're wrong. You just got to keep trying this one and that one. I said, no, enough is enough. This is torture. I got to figure things out. Went on a crazy book reading rampage, internet rampage. I think I ended up in Google before ChatGPT. I was in Google page 30, just from searching so much. And yeah, it turned out that I figured out and I cannot say it, here live what I figured out, but what I decided to make my medication, but it saved my life. It completely changed me. And then once that switch changed, I saw the world differently, and then I knew I wanted a dog. I needed a dog in my life, and then I got Leva, my baby, and then I found true love, unconditional love, and it got even better from there. And I realized that was my new medication, and I didn't need the other stuff too often. And so the dog became my medication, and then she had a daughter, and they're my medicine now. And so for each his own. The only issue right now is that medicine and doctors are not on top of things. They're kind of behind. What they were taught is what they were taught 30, 40 years ago. They don't understand the serotonergic system very well. They don't understand indoles. They don't understand all the stuff that Adam just talked about. And they are in micro portions in cannabis and other stuff as well. And if we supply ourselves with the right amount that you need, you all of a sudden become a better person. And I wish we had a platform where people like you and me could say our stories, and you type in your issue and it just finds the right people for you. And all of a sudden you read all of the stuff that they went through. You realize, oh my gosh, these are my people. I should follow what they went through. And before you know it, there's a solution for you.
That's
Sadly,
right. The word of mouth is
yeah.
not, I mean, I've gone to the Stanford Oncology Children's Cancer Ward so it's like I've gone into these spaces and individually helped people with a lab tested medicine, verifiably extremely clean, stood in a ring of doctors in a very accusatory tone, asked to see which toxic medicines they were pumping into the child. And when given that, it's just night and day to be felt that I was doing the incorrect thing. And the day before I did this, I had to decide I'm going to do what I would stand up and say, this is appropriate. I'm proud I did this. and Marcus helped me. This is our platform, but I think you're correct. Like getting the information to more people in a way that they can grab it and review it for themselves, I do think is good, is maybe something we need to
We should do
produce.
something about that, you
And-
know, because not
but-
everybody thinks outside. Not everybody is used to knowing that person is not is a doctor, but it's not right, you know.
Mm.
And getting that person to be able to see outside the box and think for themselves and be, how do you feel, is something that I've struggled with my friends, you know, and I see it, and I wish we could. Yeah,
we need to push harder against
Push.
that too, because
Yeah.
like the SSR, the pharmaceuticals, the unnecessary surgeries, these things are hurting our fathers and our mothers. These things are literally killing us. And so I don't think we should be on the defensive of saying this non-toxic treatment is appropriate. It's almost like going and saying, hey, these products that you are selling and pushing are causing the problem. It's not. So it's like the fact that we are on the defensive because there is somewhat of 100-year history of abuse of patients is wrong. We need to start verifying, what do these things do that you are monetarily incentivized to share with people, and why are people being put in jail or afraid to even, like you're saying, I won't even talk about what I did, even though it saved my life in this venue. It's like, okay, well, we need to find the venue where that is to be shared. And it's just important. It's fear. Marcus, I heard him on, you were with Tony on an early podcast, and your message was, don't be afraid to share your truth. And like that empowered me to start appearing, to come down the mountain and say, this is what I know to be true. And it's scary to this day, but it shouldn't be. We are literally speaking about the nature of God, the nature of living, of our universe. And man.
But it makes sense, right? Of course, any group that wants to oppose that knowledge becoming mainstream would become the enemy. So when you share that knowledge, right? I mean, a perfect example was the COVID-19 fiasco, right? That was an incredibly perfect reaction, because a lot of people did not, they were just like, and it was really, it was a very specific group of people. It was people who were not necessarily supportive of themselves getting the vaccine, not the people that were like, nobody can get vaccines ever, right? Because that was the most militant group on one side. And then on the other side, there was everyone has to get vaccines always. And I mean, listen, unlike many people, I learned about this stuff like, I want to say 35 years ago, when my business partner and friend, Martin, who is the founder of Fresh Hemp Foods, Manitoba Harvest, he had his wife was giving birth to his first son. And he asked me, hey, we should go, you should come with me to this vaccine thing I'm going to. I was like, a vaccine? I'm like super Winnipeg, Manitoba guy. I don't even know what a vegetarian is at this point in time. He's about to turn me on to that. I was just like, I thought everyone just ate meat and potatoes. I was like, I remember one time I heard my dad eating vegetables at the dinner table, and he went, I could be a vegetarian. And I was like 7 years old, going, what the fuck is a vegetarian? Anyway, I've pretty much been one for 35 years now. But so this gentleman, Martin, was a big inspiration to me, and him and his wife were going to be giving birth to their first son, Gaia, who's to this day a very good friend of mine. Shout out to Gaia in Manitoba right now. And anyway, so I go to this, I'm like, what could this possibly be about? He's like, well, it's like you got to find out if they're safe. And I'm like, doesn't the hospital give them to you? Like, what could be more safe than the hospital giving them to you, kind of thing? This is how completely it is unique that when you're ignorant about certain things, there's still a washing that is occurring. I still had all of these thoughts about it. And afterwards, I was like, where did those thoughts even come to? Like, how could I know nothing about this, but have all these sort of like, of course you support vaccines blindly. Like, what do you mean? And so I go to this meeting, and it's all women who have had experiences with vaccines in their children. Pretty heavy experiences. One woman had actually lost her child after 3 times going back, each time the baby getting paralyzed, like just horrific story. I won't go overly into it. But what I found was that none of them were conspiracy freaks at all. None of them were even against vaccines. What all of them had in common and why they had started this group and were doing these meetings was that they had discovered that the statistics were being manipulated by the doctors and that their vaccine accidents or events that occurred with their children, as well as the woman whose child died, was not written down or as a vaccine death. And that mother could not drop that. Now, keep in mind, this mother brought the baby in for the first set of vaccines at 3 months or whatever and got all these vaccines, and then the baby was paralyzed, and then she brought it back and was exercising and brought it back like 9 months later and got like a schwack more of these, and the baby got even worsely paralyzed. So you can see how in no way, shape, or form was she like, we got to get rid of these vaccines. And I'm not even necessarily saying we have to get rid of vaccines. Personally, not that I believe in them personally, but I certainly would fight for someone's right if they wanted to get it,
I'll go ahead and say that, and I won't necessarily say it to not trigger any text-based surveillance, but I will say that when my own child came into question and we educated ourselves a decade ago, I saw what you saw. I saw mother after mother, and you probably can't find this video, but in the California courthouse in Sacramento, I saw hundreds of mothers talking about their injured or deceased children. And that was enough for me to say zero tolerance. But I did follow up and say, is there efficacy? There is no shown efficacy of these plasticized bunch of toxic poisons. And specifically to what recently happened, the clumps of junk DNA that were nanotechnologied or plasticized and then injected into people's bloodstream, which is what they are, which is why we see the body trying to void the bloodstream of this plastic that was directly injected, and coagulating and stroking our fathers out and causing all kinds of problems. There's no evidence that it was effective. There is evidence that the body is trying to localize by coagulating and remove it, but because it's not just a lipid covered item, there's no way to break it down. The best hope would be for cholesterol, and which they tell you shouldn't be having, and endols and phenols, much like the way that cranberry juice is used to move things and disrupt linings because of the terps and the endols and the phenols. Okay, so this mechanism of a terp-rich oil being able to move toxins out of the bloodstream once they are inside should not be denied. And on the other side of the coin, what is the best treatment for a virus that is topical or internal, like in your lungs? Vaporizing plant-derived terpenes, putting them into contact with the virus, okay? Maybe maybe nicotine, because it is also a killer, which is why it's used. But we don't need to go past eucalyptus oil, ganja terpenes, because these things are the most gentle, non-toxic thing that people should have been commanded to inhale if they felt like they were infected. And that there's no speak of that. So maybe there's a problem and a solution. And holy cow, stop injecting yourself with Babylon's plastics, please. Holy cow, I'll say it.
Or if you really want to, by all means, inject yourself with Babylon plastics. Like to me, I went and did my own research. I felt like when I did this with my buddy, I ended up reading a bunch of good books. I read Eustace Mullins' Murder by Injection. I read The Medical Mafia by Ghislain Lancelot. I read all these different books and was just like creating. It's interesting because even now, clearly this is an opinion. I have an opinion. I'm sharing an opinion right now. Someone is so upset in the chat room that we're talking about this right now, as it always happens. Funny enough, their name is the Rebellion. You're allowed to have opinions. Like I said, that's why, honestly, I know people who got the vaccine, and I have nothing against them for getting the vaccine. I just personally did not want to get the vaccine. I never got COVID. I never, I knew. I will say that when they told me it was that the vaccine prevented transmission, that's when I kind of isolated myself from society because I was like, okay, well, whatever. If I'm not going to go and poison people in case I have it. And then I learned that the vaccine did not prevent transmission, and that kind of pissed me off because I was like, the whole reason I isolated for almost 2 fucking years from the rest of society was because they had told me this inconsistency, this basically a lie. And it wasn't the pharma companies that were saying it. It was like the prime minister of our country. It was the president of the United States. It was all these different sort of world leaders that were saying it prevented transmission, which I guess made it easy to add the old vaccine passport into Canada, where if you didn't have this little passport, you couldn't really go around. It is what it is. Most of the people I know did not. I'm not arguing with we're not arguing with experts, the rebellion. I should probably stop focusing on him. He's pulling my attention, as the negative often does. I don't know why that is.
I think the experts recently cited that 1 in 12.5 boys in California are being diagnosed with autism, California having the most aggressive vaccine schedule, which why it is almost double other states. But 1 in 12 boys are being diagnosed. That's almost 10%. This is
insane.
It's that I think that we can start to point to some science. Look at these world travelers, jet setters
On the train.
I bet they're not injecting any plastics.
Oh, they're big proponents of the vaccine, actually. Don't get them started.
Oh yeah, we love it, No, we're actually in Czech right now, and we just got back from the Cannabis conference, and we're taking a train across.
Česko.
Yeah, Česko is
That's
what
what they call it, or Česká republika,
Yeah,
or Czech Republic.
and it's been really amazing. We were at the Calyx Cup, and Marcus, you were very much so missed. You really, really were very missed.
I would have
So-
loved to have been there. Next time.
Yeah.
Come and hang
was
out
really-
with the international community.
Próximo tiempo.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And the area of Czech Republic we were in was called Moravia. And Moravia is in the east, and it's just not too far from Krakow, Poland, and not too far from Slovakia. And it's a really nature-loving place where a lot of people love to grow gardens, and some of the few people in the Czech that can even grow weed outdoors. And the weather's nicer in Eastern Czech than it is in Western, so it's sunnier and nicer. And also the town of Ostrava is this crazy industrial town where it's almost like UNESCO industrial, where it's like ancient technology, fucking coal mine, metalworking, like Eastern Bloc, just crazy spot.
Yeah, and we are on our train back to Prague, and then we're going to be going to ICBC tomorrow morning, and we're going to be in Berlin, and that's going to be really great. And yeah, anyone in Canada who is looking to get things out to the rest of the world, like, definitely get in touch with us, and we'll set you with people. So we're really trying to make real personal connections that are going to be people to people for real. And that feels really, really good. So we're making some real waves as well with just some great buyers here and doing a lot of education about real medicine.
Beautiful.
And Also, there's a lot of reputation out here that Canada is just dumping shit weed in the world. Um,
That's
and in
because
some
Canada
cases, that's
dumped a
probably
bunch of
true.
shit weed on the world. It is true, man. They did it for like 2 years straight, draining out their vaults,
Right.
sending Australia anyone that would buy. Now there's people who have been sending beautiful flower. I know.
Blame Canada.
Yeah, yeah. We're easy to blame, dude. Blame us. It was definitely happening though. There's no doubt about it that people were,
Right.
it's a way to get rid of low quality material out of the vault. There's less of that happening because they've become smarter purchasers.
Very much so true. And Canada's the only place in the world that has bulk weed to begin with. So someone's got to do it. If America was there, then they'd be sending shit weed everywhere too. But anyway, we have an opportunity to work with, the best living soil and organic growers of British Columbia and Canada and bring that to the world. And we are hearing that a lot more of that is being requested. So that's something we're very interested in.
And I think we can.
Well, did we get them all lost
Just
there? Did they
comfortable
freeze?
moments of silence. We're all
Oh,
on
there they
that
are.
train.
Yeah,
We're
we're
all
all on
right in
that.
between the train towers. I think most of us would prefer Josh and Kelly's silence over our own noises.
Totally agreed. A moment of
Oh man, that's
silence.
so cool. I wonder if they're going to visit Alex in was it Slovakia or Slovenia?
No, they're gonna go visit Alex in Berlin because Alex, I'm surprised they're not going to the Talman House event, which is happening today at the Adelon Hotel, which is right next to the Brandenburg, right next to the park and all the what do they call it? Embassies. The UK and the US embassy are right there as well. So that's tonight, and then tomorrow and the next day is his ICBC. So he has 3 days of events happening over the course of the next 2 days, and that's where they're going right now. So yeah, Alex is will definitely, well, he's in Berlin right now, guaranteed, because he has his Talman event tonight at the Adelon Hotel, which I will say is always worth going to because that place has the most epic grotto pool in the basement. It's like this crazy, like cherubim angels on the walls and like
I have
pillars.
stayed there, and I when I was in Berlin, all there was a Christian Jubilee happening. All the hostels, all the places were booked, so I was forced to stay at this beautiful hotel. And that grotto, Greek bath, whatever it is, was so mind blowing and made me feel very cool for one night. Uh, that is spectacular.
Yeah, I have photos of it. I'm gonna kind of try and see if I can, if you guys get chatting, I'll see if I can kind of maybe find some of them. I gotta find
Seemed like a
probably.
lifetime. Seemed like a lifetime ago. I was traveling with my little brother. Great family in Leipzig and München. Saw Lee Scratch Perry
Oh,
outside the city walls of Leipzig. Very familial kind of shanty town vibe outside of the German city. Um, so much good reggae, so much good worship of Jah music. Burning Spear in Firenze.
ooh.
Who else? A Bob Marley, South African Bob Marley cover band outside the clay pot piles of Rome. Um, Actually got to see um, who's the Beatle? Paul McCartney in front of the Colosseo. The big Corso leading up to the Coliseum had about 500,000 people with a sound system set up. He actually had done a concert in the Coliseum the night before for probably $1 million ticket. But the music in Europe and the accessibility and the way that the culture keeps it alive is fantastic. I wonder if I saw Josh Kelly backstage to some cool music.
Yeah, we're here.
We
They just banned alcohol for children in France in 1956. And before that, they used to give them up to 4 glasses of wine a day in school. That was probably a good idea.
might have helped.
It made
Little-
They
recess
stayed in their
really
seats
fun.
more often.
little hammerheads.
No acting up with that
Just
crew.
all rocking cirrhosis at 23. Damn.
Hey, tolerance by the time you hit 5, you know?
It's funny.
I
I'm
want-
sure that there was probably a time where if you said anything bad about alcohol, people would flip out on you. What do you mean alcohol's good? They said a glass of wine a day is good for you. Did they though?
That
think
is
that-
what they
I mean,
You
even
know.
I'm from the generation where they would run whiskey on the gums for teething, so they start you young.
Yeah, it works.
that's why
Not a good idea, but it works.
that's,
It
that's
Well,
what
I
they hear
really
about.
appreciate being able to pop on and join the conversation. I think, oh my gosh, Adam, just the knowledge that you have, I need to figure out a way to contact you and have a little bit more conversation because I wanna learn some more of those words that you were saying.
If you
But right now
smoke,
they're just
if you blow smoke towards the Vatican on a Sunday evening, Adam will
High noon?
reply.
Does it
Yeah.
have to be white
Okay.
smoke or dark smoke?
Well, it can be unflushed, I suppose.
Okay, okay.
Adam's not
Start
going to
calling
judge.
things what they are. These aren't big words. There's no such thing as big words. There's just words, and ganja and God's garden, and these things are very powerful when you start calling things what they are. And even the terpenes are alcohol, but it's the micro amounts that we need of them that make things move in our body. And so replenishing people's ability to produce them themselves is awesome. I will
Well, dude,
find
I
you
am
guys.
all ears on that education there
I love
because
sharing.
I want to
Holy
learn what
cow.
these words are. I want to learn how to use them the right way, and I want to learn what to avoid. And stuff like this, these conversations are what opens up those little rabbit holes. So I'm really appreciative of it. I am gonna cut out of Hash Church though. So I just want to say thank you so much though for that conversation and Bunker as well. What you're doing is incredible. Seriously.
Completely blow my mind, man.
Thank you
But
so
yeah, I'm
much.
gonna jump
It's been a
off too.
pleasure.
Thank you, Marcus, for the invite. I super appreciate it. I always love coming on here and like absolutely blew my mind on this episode. This is one I'm gonna have to go back and watch.
Well, thanks for
Bunker,
hanging out.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And I'm sure I'll be back. I'm sure we'll talk again. But I still appreciate these conversations.
Absolutely.
Have a good day, guys.
Have a good one, guys.
Good
Thank you
one.
so much.
Always good to chat with the Spartans.
I have a question for Adam. Adam, where are you located? Up north, California?
Correct. And I do believe we met once before at maybe an event because I would push out into the Bay Area. I did a lot of work in LA in the Bay Area, but for 20 years, I moved from Berkeley up till Trinity County, which is the unspoken highlands of the Emerald Triangle, about 2 hours east of Arcata. I moved with a beautiful woman and our little wolf pack out to some undeveloped 30 acres. That was an old 1800s homestead. So it exists in the middle of the Trinity National Forest,
Beautiful.
truly off grid at 3,200 foot elevation. And Trinity County, this isolated space, which really taught me that the diversity, the purity is what renders the resin that feels holographic, that feels like it puts us in touch with our memory, puts us in touch with our God or our self or whatever you want to put it. So very much the environment has coached me towards understanding that keeping it cool, keeping it diverse, and the intelligence of the plant and the intelligence of the body is far superior to the skills of the grower or the so I very much enjoy this, and I do believe we may have met once before, just because I remember your beautiful
You look
accent.
familiar. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's it's amazing how small this world is, or this community, right? But yeah, you look familiar, and you're in the best place, man. I'm in
And
the
are you in Southern California? That's
I
what
was
it
gonna
looks
say
like.
I'm in the dry desert part. You're in the beautiful forest area of California.
Trying
And
to explain so much that the people who really pushed regulation in California, the harbor sides and people, and again, I was serving the Bay Area community, the medical community, Dennis Perone. This was my family, direct to patient, but also working with some of the providers. And I've visited Etienne's shop. So the Bay Area, the need of the patient is trumping what over anything anyone else was saying was very important to me. But people, in me visiting Salinas, me visiting these lowlands where agriculture has historically been done in California, and watching the biplanes dust the fields unnecessarily, watching the guys in full Tyvek suits poison the grapes in the middle of Napa, the town of Napa at midnight with lights looking like ET government scientists. It blows your mind when you actually drive the land, you look at the setting, you realize that what is being broadcast, whether it's healthy mycorrhiza or toxic poison, it's going to, in the watersheds, accumulate, which is why the rice, which is why even the government suggests you don't eat more than one serving of rice a week in California because of the arsenic. It's why, and I'll just Alex Dixon, he points to the legacy and the way that they can mark where products are coming from just by the assessment of toxic chemicals that they read. He knows exactly where they came from. So this toxic legacy, and if we could incentivize California to say, we have a zero tolerance policy on our medicine, you must produce it without the poison, it would instantly incentivize people to elevate possibly their location, but at least their practices to really serve people. And yeah, I just very much an advocate for this, of like a little bit of elevation will give you a perspective that, oh, purity is possible, and we just need to align with what the universe is trying to accomplish.
It's a triple entendre too. The elevate.
It goes with gravity and everything we're talking about, because Southern California is all the way at the bottom, so everything gets dumped and goes slowly to the end. So what he's saying is true, and the other part is that this land is not arid anymore, and they're pumping all this stuff to keep producing. So for example, when I drink wine in California, I cannot drink wine in California. I get sick for the next 2 days, and I haven't been able to figure out what it is that causes me to feel so sick. But there's definitely something going on with me and the wine in California I cannot take. But I go and drink a wine. What do you think?
100%. 100% of wine in California tests for glyphosate. Yeah.
Horrible. I can't. And my body it's so sensitive. It just feels it right away. I feel it going down, and I don't get that with any other wine. And my grass here, for example, I'm going to have to break everything apart, put new earth, because just the earth underneath is sand. And that's what we have in Southern California. So when you go up to the mountains where you are, you realize the perspective you're looking at from the top to the bottom. What you said, the metaphor is, you see the diversity that becomes when you're in a place that it's arid, that has trees, that has nature, that is naturally growing, that doesn't have sprinklers all over to keep things green. And that's when you realize, the difference between North and South California.
They're in between towers again.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And it is opportunity. We should be able to terraform. Biodome failed because they did it wrong. We should be able to terraform Southern California. Okay, they're back. Do we got you guys live? We want to hear Kelly.
Okay, awesome. Sorry about that. Hey, Adam, I was just wanting to address how you were talking about effects, and we feel like effects are absolutely, totally imperative in the conversation. And we've been judging cups, 20 years or 15 years, all the back home ones, all the way to the real formal ones. And when you come over into Europe and a lot of the cups that are quick, their effect is actually not even part of the judging, which to me is really kooky. It needs to be the first thing that we're talking about. You know, how is it that it makes you feel? It really talks about appearance, smell, taste, and then burn rather than effects. So we're always writing effects on the side and trying to educate as much as we can at all of the cups that we do. And people say, oh, well, you know, you can't judge the effects if you smoke, you know, 6 doobies all at once. Well, the person should be experienced and they should have a pretty good high tolerance, because you definitely can tell the difference between flower or extracts, even if it's back to back, if you're experienced. And I just think that that should be number one whenever we're rating cannabis at all.
And I would say that you should probably smoke 6 doobies before you start judging, just to kind of level yourself out. You know what I mean? Before you start. But anyway, also, it's interesting about Salinas because of that battery fire that happened just between Monterey and Santa Cruz. There was the largest battery fire, lithium battery fire in the world. And
Nobody heard about it.
All the smoke from the lithium battery fire, I think it's called oh man, Moss Landing. It's called Moss Landing in California on the beach. The whole entire cloud of lithium went to Salinas. There wasn't enough. And see that
And that's the worst. That's the worst. I mean, forest fires are one thing. When you're burning plastics, when they're burning down LA, these are things. I mean, I fought a little small house fire once for a few minutes, and that effect I had of just the plywood or the borax. And again, I build with only natural materials, but you can't avoid the polyurethanes and the plastics in the certain things. I felt those effects so intensely. And so, yeah, the combustion of these very novel synthetic things. Yep. We got to quit shooting ourselves in the foot. And it's an opportunity. Like, so we should be able to, we're worried about terraforming Mars. It's like we have such an opportunity now to, I don't know, let's do crazy things like cover the LA River or that water that runs from Northern California down to LA with solar panels so that evaporation is less. And, you know, let's do some intelligent things to take the carbons that maybe the fire lighters or the firefighters, fire managers burn up. Let's maybe take that carbon and start building the soil. The techniques and the sciences aren't difficult. It's almost cavemen technology, including the fire, including the piling things so that life infulges and we build a sponge in the desert. It's just, we need to have that conversation. We need to convince the people that are spending the billions of dollars to burn down the forests in California preventatively to, hey, let's take that carbon and mechanically sequester it and build a product. Marcus, you might like this. When we were first getting started, we ordered some soil, a pallet of soil in California here. And from our nursery, this sweet lady nursery, and when it showed up, because we just wanted to break up some of the soil, when it showed up, it said product of Canada on the side. I was like, we've got some sovereign Canadian earth going on right now. And just that idea that like we could be building products with what, you know, we're just gassing off into the atmosphere haphazardly.
Well, there's no doubt about the fact that California is an incredible state. And it's just, you know, the mass and the diversity and everything that's going on in that state. It's true. You'd think that everyone that lived in it would just be like, let's figure this out and keep, as Dr. David Allen would say, let's keep the carpetbaggers out, the guys that just come in, make money, and bounce with the money. It's such a powerful state. I mean, just from the perspective of cannabis, I've always considered California to be the center of the cannabis universe. Not that cannabis. No, I really have a lot of the influence, Etienne, that came up here to the Kootenays and that started all of our just from being around at an early time. The people I met from California, you've got Dave Watson who came from California and did all that breeding and all of the his sifting and the water extraction and like just you can follow a lot of things in the cannabis industry back to California is all I'm saying. And it was endless. It just kept happening. And in particular, when I was doing my lawsuit for the water extraction patent with Reinhard Delp, I was learning absolutely as much as I possibly could. Even Reinhard Delp, who was Swiss, lived in California. Like it just always went back to California. So that's why I always thought that, Etienne. But you're welcome to oh, I think Fletcher's coming in to like disagree with me. I just
Well, I mean, it's interesting
California.
coming from. I'm not a native Californian. I'm from Louisiana. I've lived in California for 30 plus years. So, when we were out and about, really, I mean, being honest, yes, California has its process, but back in the 90s and such, we looked toward Canada. Y'all were sending us beasters and things like that we couldn't get quality green cannabis. We could get all the brown Coca-Cola, Southern Mexico, stuff that you don't want to smoke. You wouldn't give to a patient. It would fail molds and mildews first off, much less you're lucky if the potency was 1 to 2% THC. So due to the Mohawk and, tribe and all the things that, were happening in Canada, getting cannabis to us here in North America. I will say California has its influence, but, we have to give a certain nod to Canada here, especially during Prohibition. But yes, California cannabis has been known worldwide. Historically, there's a lot of people from here. Hell, it drew me here and kept me here. And, I can't deny I'm proud of the influence we've had, but don't discount Canada. And there's other, we also look to the Netherlands, right? Because we didn't have coffee shops. I didn't enjoy freedom until 95. I was sitting in a coffee shop in a window and a cop walked by. And I looked at my wife at the time. I was like, wow, how fucking cool is that? And of course, Doug and those guys were like, oh, don't go outside and smoke that joint. But, on this side of it still gave us a taste of freedom that we did not have here in the United States without hiding or to show a joint or light a joint in front of a cop. That was the quickest ticket to being arrested. So I'm not discounting California's influence, but I just wanted to also give a shout out to the other spaces that we look to and toward that were leading the way and that we built up towards, because if it hadn't been for those influences, I'm not sure we are where we are now.
No, and I feel you, and I certainly wasn't trying to discount them as much as just saying, like, even Amsterdam, like, okay, let's talk about Amsterdam. How did Amsterdam happen? Oh, wasn't it a bunch of guys from California that brought a bunch of genetics there? Where did old Ed come from? Where did Dave Watson come from? Where did all these characters that came to Amsterdam, even back in the 80s, which led to a lot of those seeds? Yeah, interesting. Just a perspective.
And part of it's
I
like
agree.
there's part of part of it's culture. It's like the culture that supports it. Is there music happening that might attract some minds towards the area? Is there culture that can be built upon? And also just what is incentivized? You know, California, there's a lot of fire burning of the forest that is incentivized. We pay $2 to $3 billion for that service every year. So we're going to get $2 billion worth of fire every year, no less. And so what we incentivize becomes kind of what we get. Archive seeds. Wow, welcome. Let's start incentivizing health. Holy cow.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to say is just kind of with regard to kind of like the history and where things came from and influence all these different areas. I mean, I think at the end of the day, California was really just it was kind of the repository. It's where everything kind of ended up because it had the biggest market and all these other factors. But genetics came from all over the world. I mean, the best weed, the best everything, um, there is where the best grower is. It doesn't matter if you're in Antarctica. If you got an indoor room and you're doing your selections and putting in the work, then you may be the next biggest thing. I think that, like, of course, Sam with Skunk One and Hayes had a massive influence, and that was a California bred variety. But then you've got Northern Lights, which is arguably as influential, if not more so, because of the prevalence of indoor cultivation because of prohibition. Not, that's probably one of the main reasons why it became as popular as it did, and for the time it was. And that was also, the early 80s that was being done and proliferated in this area. So and then you look at California. I mean, how many of California's most popular varieties are actually a variety from somewhere else? Sour Diesel, OG Kush, you name it, they're all from other places: Florida, New York, Vermont, Washington, Oregon, all these other places. It just ended up in California because that was the first place that you could really go blow it out. So everything almost all ended up in California at one point in time or another. But I wouldn't necessarily give California and its residents all the credit.
No, I don't think so. But like you said, it's like I said, I always thought of it as the center. You probably made a better name with the depository. It all ended up there, whether it was from there or not. The Hayes brothers importing and bringing in flowers from all these different countries. Like you named a bunch of places where shit came from, but you forgot Mexico, Colombia, Jamaica, Thailand, all of these other countries that the hash and flavors were coming from as well. It was the depository. No matter where it came from, it all seemed to end up in California. And California seemed to be the place that also would send it all out more effectively than all of the places that sent it there in the first place. And you're right, there's very, very few that actually, came from California yet. Man, I'll tell you, to me,
Well,
California always seemed like the center of the cannabis universe to me.
yeah, well, and I was really just meaning like modernized varieties. I mean, if you go back to landrace, then it's, everywhere on the planet and where it came from. But I think, anybody that's worked with a lot of landrace knows that um, it took a lot of work by some local growers or local breeders to get to where Northern Lights and all these things are today. You don't just pop some landrace seeds and get selected Northern Lights that's improved from it. I've popped hundreds or thousands of well, depending on the varieties, but thousands across many different landrace varieties, and never gotten anything. I've gotten plenty of things I can work with and improve upon, but nothing that just straight out the field is competitive.
Interesting.
I've had a little different experience with that where and it might just be my small, but just find that the diversity of the seeds, it's like just basically present diversity to the world and it knows how to figure it out, where I've seen this improvement of rather unintentional breeding that just keeps giving me maybe a I have two lines going. What comes from Kaya's coffee via the Northwestern Roots folks, Dragonfly Earth Medicine family. So I got a coffee which is the sweet skunk, which is delicious and psychedelic, very heady, very powerful. Reminds me of Skunk Man Sam, all of these really benefits to it. And then a caryophyllene dominant, maybe granddaddy perp, leaning, green goddess, green crack, very uppy, they're called the spice melange. And so these two pronounced flavors seem to be taking what exists here and improve upon it. Maybe not too much experience grabbing genetics and seeing if they'll do well, but somehow over 20 years have strengthened themselves through the diversity, and maybe not so much attention from me.
I can hear the diversity in the background.
I'm gonna go attend to them. We gotta freaking let the hounds out.
Bring one back. You gotta see this guy's dogs. They are awesome. Hey, what's up, Brian?
How goes, guys?
We were speaking about genetics. It was happening.
I got the bat signal, the genetic signal flashed into the sky.
And of course,
We're talking strains.
what's your favorite strain, Chimera?
Usually my ankle, when I roll my ankle.
Oh my God, that was good. That was really good. Fucking right. Cultivar! Population phenotype. So yeah. Fletch had a good idea last week. He reached out to me. He was like, "We got to do a little like an interview with Rob on his book Hashish. It would be cool." And I reached out to Mojave and sort of mentioned, Rob is overwhelmed by large panels. He suggested possibly a very small panel and a Q&A. And so Fletch and I are gonna lead that. I'm just gonna have Ryan come in as well and Mojave and just go hard on the hashish questionnaire. So Rob has been kind enough to be accepting of such an option and we'll probably try to organize it here. And I would say sometime in May, which is a great time. The spring is springing, and yeah, we'll have Rob on and do a little Q&A. And Fletch had this very same idea with Sam, probably about a year before Sam passed.
I know.
It was just so unfortunate the way it all played out, but we won't miss Rob. We'll make sure that and I think of this for a lot of these guys, Fred Gardner and Dr. David Allen, and just all sorts of these Soma characters that are just getting older and still have good stories to share. Rob, obviously, historic stories, right? I mean, he was there for a lot of it, and the writing of the books, Marijuana Botany and Hashish for that matter, just tons of great. And
ecology, right? Like there was that whole book before marijuana botany, and then his work at, like, a lot of people don't know about him attending the University of Indiana, right, and studying at Malberg's lab. So we got to get the stories out of all that stuff and how he left there to come over and work at Hortifarm, and there's all sorts of interesting stuff that Rob he doesn't really talk about.
I know we gotta make sure we plan well with the questions and the sort of flow of the interview.
Well, he's got all the, it's like, like everybody, he's got all the facts. And, Rob is very much someone that is always about the facts and the plant. But, he doesn't tell the story about how he was involved with those things. He kind of like, he always puts himself kind of behind the curtain. So it'd be nice to get him to tell us a story about how he came, even just the story of meeting David and how he ended up in Indiana and how he ended up over in Amsterdam after that. I mean, it's all really interesting stuff.
It really is, and I think it may inspire some people. I mean, the books alone inspired me. I think that one thing that we as kind of a culture and what Sam and Rob and they did is when this industry was still in its infancy, like kind of even before the modern financial benefits have come to light. These guys were doing it the right way from the beginning, right? Doing the science, doing the research, sharing that information with other cultivators, teaching other people about it, making discoveries that we simply didn't know about, a plant that basically had no research done to it, and having that information done in a very scientific and well done, even to this day, manner, really set the stage, in my opinion, for the people that really care about cannabis. It did, in fact, it even gave the people that don't care about cannabis an even bigger leg up because they were able to buy good seeds from Sam and put them in their packaging and white label them. And the books and information were out there, so the people that did care could actually learn, why you're getting white label seeds and where you should get the real shit from and everything else. And without those guys, I really question how much of that information would even still be, like, how much that would be a part of the fabric of our culture.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been, I mean, you can only go so far with, hey man, let's get high, smoke my skull bong. Right? Like, I mean,
Graphics, bro.
yeah.
How
What do you
how hard
mean, man?
They opened up the whole I mean, I always go back to the slogan of the International Hemp Association, and that was David and Rob's baby, right? Like the advancement of cannabis through the dissemination of information. And they, even just to understand the power behind that mission statement, right? Is that they understood that, like, you can't keep something down when it's about information, right? And when it's that, when and bringing that mentality of using science and real investigation to a studying the plant is going to reveal truths that are undeniable. um and we can talk about the effects in culture and recreational use and all that kind of stuff, but when it comes to medical use, I mean, it's like, it's why we have legalization in all these countries. Once you have a medical system and you see, society sees that people are having these real benefits from this plant, that it wasn't just people making it up. And at the same time, that also these people aren't going insane or causing all this drama or craziness in society, right? Like the whole story that was being fed to us by the government was a lie. So I think that the fact that they understood that, and that just allowing the truth and scientific inquiry into the plant would bring us into this whole new world, and they created the system so that we could do that, right? So that they could do that, and in doing so, they opened up a path, right? Like they walked that first. They were cutting through. They were forging the trail, right? They were cutting the path, but it opened a path for an entire generation of all of us to come and walk down behind them.
Yeah, it makes it
And
so much easier.
yeah, well, yeah. And I mean, they taught us what to do. I mean, it's not even just the science. It's like, hey guys, here's how to use the science. They also gave us, like, oh, here's all the way. By the way, here's how to make the best hash. Like,
The beautiful thing about those guys as well was that, and I didn't realize this when I first kind of came across them. I had met Rob in 95, I believe, sort of accidentally. He didn't definitely not know who I was. I wouldn't meet him again for a few more years through Hillary, but I had seen Dave in 94 in BC at the hemp symposium that they threw here back then. I believe it was 94. And I just knew immediately, like, these guys were the truth. They had this mystique about them that tons of people were talking shit about them, which right away, oh, these guys have some universal truths in their back pocket or something, because everyone's talking shit about them. And it was just an interesting thing that what you could do with those guys is, if you read their information and you applied it and executed and created something with it, they would reach out to you and they would befriend you, and you wouldn't even know what was happening. But that's definitely how I met Dave. That's how it played out.
yeah, me too. Me
Yeah.
too, right? It was through writing on something online, and through you, David reached out to me, and yeah, it's the. I mean, talk about mentorship, right? Like, talk about being so dedicated to the cause, or to a cause, that you find and you teach people from the up and coming generation, right? Because you're so passionate about it that you don't want all this knowledge that they've acquired over their time to be lost. Like, they really weren't doing it to own an industry, which is what most people do, right? They were doing it because they loved it, and they just wanted to see that, they wanted to take this snowball and push it downhill, and just, like, have it snowball, have it keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? It wasn't for them. It was never about their pocketbook. It was about furthering the cause. And I just think that they were such, they were such a good example of what that kind of relationship can be, right? Which is why I have the ultimate respect for David and Rob. I mean, it was just so selfless and so done with such integrity. Really, such quality people.
Dude, I'll tell you, that's why for decades it was always just an honor. Like if Rob invited me up to his apartment, I'd be like, this is an honor. Go to Dave's apartment, I'd be like, this is an honor. It was crazy because both of them very, very private in their own right. Dave not wanting his photo taken, not wanting those two worlds to collide in any way. And it was an important factor that he understood that if he allowed it to happen, it would breach the integrity of the work that he was trying to do on this side. And that's why he didn't allow it to happen. Rob was just, as an author, so not outspoken, so not interested in going on overgrow, so not interested in Rob's a traveler. He's a nomad. He always loved to travel and, his ability to move freely through borders was extremely important to him. And he wasn't interested in mucking that up by having a picture of him, puffing on a big fatty or something. So I was always very respectful that, the photos that I did get of Dave over the years, which really were just vacation photos and, not necessarily event photos, and of Rob for that matter. I just, I never shared or promoted it. I always felt bad because I felt like those guys were there. They needed to be. I mean, that's why a big part of Hash Church was to give a platform for guys like that, particularly for Dave, to be like, man, you have so much information. And I know you're willing to give it because I see how passionate you are. I see you on LinkedIn posting and wherever he can find places to post, he would. And so, that's one of the things we can certainly do here at Hash Church is invite the Fred Gardners and the Rob Clarks and the sort of the OGs of our community and industry to come on and share their truths and their stories. Because boy, they inspired all of us.
Fred is another that you could do like weeks worth of episodes of him talking. I mean, he came in, he used to work for the mayor's office in San Francisco. He was actually originally he was the editor of Scientific American magazine.
Right.
And he ended up being the spokesperson for the mayor's office right around the time where Dennis Perron was doing, trying to open the clubs in like the early 90s, height of the AIDS epidemic. And he started going to these ICRS meetings. And he knew, I mean, he met everyone from David to Ethan to, Muhammad Al Soli to Meshulam and what's the guy, Gabriel Nahas, right? Like Nancy Reagan's favorite drug
Hiss.
guy.
We have to hiss every time we hear Gabriel Nahas. It's like a Rocky Horror Picture Show sort of thing.
Yeah, well, he was the ultimate in evil, right? And he was not evil, but anti-cannabis. And so they were going to these ICRS meetings back when they used to call it it was like them, the stoners versus the piss testers, and half the International Association, this congress that they had, half of it was like the National Institute of Health, right? And all of their studies were mandated to show that cannabis was harmful. And then you had the real pure scientists that were just trying to show the truth, right? And so even that organization was kind of split down the middle. And but Fred got to know everybody in that world, and he's really quite an academic mind. And he created what people might remember as O'Shaughnessy's, or the Journal for Cannabis Clinicians in California, right? And it's named after O'Shaughnessy, was the gentleman that brought cannabis indica back from India to the UK, or to England at the time, and really reintroduced it to the Western world, right? And so it's the amount of contributions to that magazine. I mean, David contributed and Rob contributed under a pseudonym, and
Dr. David Allen wrote articles for.
Did he? David Allen?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. And so did John McPartland. He used to publish as Dr. X. So there's all these people that were like contributing and sharing articles to O'Shaughnessy's. And Fred was, very quietly like kind of caught up in the whole middle of it. And because he was, he was the former editor, like I said, for Scientific American and spokesman for a period of time for the I believe it was the mayor's office of San Francisco. He had an ability to meet with these people and talk with these people on like this kind of different level where he wasn't just one of the stoners. Right. And he's so well connected in that whole California scene. I mean, he's really just a really interesting guy. And I think he's got so much to offer. I think it would be great if you'd have him on for because dude, you could fill up hours and hours and hours of things that he would teach us. Right. I mean, Etienne, you and I went up and saw him, the
Yep.
stories and the level of quality of Fred's information. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
absolutely top notch. And he helped me understand a lot of the historical context of the things that we understand, right? Or how they tie together, who was associated with who, and why things happened. And yeah, any show that you want to do with Fred, I will do my best to come on and be part of because I think he's such a great guy.
Well, I just added him
Also,
on. Oh, go ahead, Etienne.
along that line, kind of, I was the PTSD in Dr. Grinspoon's Marijuana: The Forbidden Medicine, which was published in '96. He told us because of the time and that our names were not put on the chapters that we wrote. He thanked us in the forward. But because of how prohibition was at the time, he was fearful that we, as authors of our own medicinal output, would become possible targets because we would be outed that way. So that's just another way that the academics and those that came before us had to navigate the prohibition while trying to get the information out. Remember, Dr. Grinspoon caught a lot of shit because he was, very open and out, and about cannabis and spoke openly about it. And it cost him his tenure and, outright. So, we have to also give our nods of respect to these people who carried those torches in those dark days so that we could stand in the light today.
I think harm reduction and patient welfare is the prime question. And what you're if a ganja proponent is educating, should that come into question over what the medical system is doing? Is harm reduction, is patient welfare, and is the Hippocratic oath that doctors take of do no harm, and food is thy medicine, are those proponents being upheld? So it's almost like turning that mirror around and saying, it is you that should say I am, and not be in this defensive position of sharing a non-toxic information laden pursuit versus the practices of modern medicine. And I mean, I understand it is a mountain to climb and maybe an impossible institution to address, but pretty proud of everyone that has come before and is still standing today to speak the truth.
Well, I just added Fred on Facebook. I had no contact to Fred. Sometimes I don't gain contact to people and it's weird, but I
I
will
can
have
give you his emails. I have his contact. He doesn't go through there. He's 81, so he doesn't really check stuff much and often. So email's
Sure.
really the best. So I'll pass those along to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Etienne. And then we'll try to organize. That's the other thing. It's a matter of if he has the time, if it can be a priority for him. Like Etienne says, he's 81. He's probably living his life and got things to do. But if he wants to share any time with us, we will so respectively and happily do that. And make sure we do our homework. So we come to the table with some good, proper, a lot of times hash churches, a lot of times, 99% of times, it's very organic and open. I'm not opposed to creating structure and creating questions and creating sort of pathways through conversations. It's just an enormous amount of work to do alone. So anytime someone on the panel wants to curate or organize a show like that, I'm happy to do it with you. And that's why I thank Fletch recently for reaching out and others who have as well. We've done shows from other folks, different ideas that people have had Caleb came up with that music event, and we had the sports medicine episode, and hopefully we can still do sooner than later the compassion episode. We're thinking about you all the time, Wade. I know that when you don't make it, you're probably having a pretty rough day. And so we're definitely thinking about you.
Well,
Oh boy.
on that note of Wade, I mean, that the topics are interesting, but these people have made such an impact on our culture. Wade, David, Rob, Fred, all of them, right? And it's interesting talking about the things that they've done, but to me, it's more interesting in getting to know them and their stories and how they played a role, right?
And what Wade shares is literally his voice. It shouldn't be understated. The vibration, the vibrations that people can make lean towards music. And a lot of Wade's healing isn't in the necessarily even the beautiful content, but in hearing him. And so that's why we all want him to be invited and show up, because he gives a lot of healing with just even speaking his message. His name is a healing word, to paraphrase Dune.
Laughter. Ooh, super relum. Let's talk Q-tip waste. My old lady says I'm a gross polluter and I should be ashamed. 1,503 months.
Hilarious. Cotton, come on. We got to have something to return to the compost bin.
Yeah, well,
Archive
I use
Save
the
the
wood.
turtles.
I use the wood and cotton ones from Globbers. I'm also guilty, but
Put them in the compost bin.
yeah,
regenerative.
of
This is a
course.
regenerative stock. We should focus on growing more. I am interested in seed production. We talked about this in terms of genetics and specific things being shared. But can we push it to the other end of the spectrum where, even like 25 pounds of grass seed cost $150 these days, which makes greening up our world around us kind of cost prohibitive. Can we get hemp or THC rich ganja to the point where we proliferate and propagate the seeds to where people and governmental institutions doing forestry and soil building and fire management can broadcast this thing that grows rapidly, sequesters much carbon, produces a usable crop, but at very least can be underturned mechanically and build the soil over time? Is there Basically what I'm saying is, what's the cost of seed? Is there anything we can do to bring that down so that institutions are incentivized to green up the earth with it?
It's already a penny a seed or less if you want hemp seed or bulk, low THC, or I mean high THC seed. You can find either or for as cheaper than you can get licensed corn seed for your field.
And this is
So
amazing, even as an enzyme rich sprouted feed for cattle and
yeah,
livestock. I mean,
I don't
I
know
didn't
if you'll be able
realize.
to. I don't know if you'll be able to get enough mass from cannabis seeds per acre that it makes a great feed. I'm not saying it doesn't. I just don't know.
I'm
But I know
talking
that
about.
seeds are definitely cheap enough that you could seed million acres if you wanted to for probably cheaper than most ag crops.
I mean,
Yeah,
this
it's
is
not
amazing
making
and good news. And I was
it's
speaking of the feed of, like, if you can sprout a barrel of hemp seed, you get little 1-inch sprouts, and then you pour that into the trough. That's like a very enzyme rich, good food preparation for all things. So not necessarily even I'm sure even 10-inch tall sprouts would be a good forage. But
Ryan,
yeah,
you
there's
probably
different
know
ways.
better
A penny a
than I
seed,
would.
I wasn't aware it was that inexpensive even.
yeah. Well, the wholesale market is for. If someone was asking me about supplying seeds here in Europe, and the wholesale cost of seed is so little now. like 5 euro cents. People are asking for seeds, and it's just like you can't. The development, like at that price, there's no development budget, right? And what they've done is they've commoditized the seed itself. It's not even about the plant that comes out of the seed. It's just do you have a commodity seed, right? And for something like you're talking about for cress, it's probably not a bad thing. But if we're going to optimize plants for like carbon sequestration and massive root systems, that's real breeding. And the last thing that someone that's doing real breeding wants to hear is, oh, by the way, you have to make it so the seeds are a penny a piece, right? Like it's like you can't justify putting in the research and development budget when you can't generate a return from it.
I mean,
But failed like big cultivations can justify it at a penny a seed, though, and that's why they're doing it.
Yeah, well, and when you're doing, that's what they do with soy, right? But it's like cannabis is a different. Look, if we're talking about the grain, sure, that's one thing, right? Because you can produce the grain and not have to do the quality, right? But when you have to produce actual quality on scale, it's a different thing.
And I think my leaning has always been handcrafted, small, familial, personal, and getting great effects. So that is where I think most of us maybe would lean, but just recognizing, there's a whole different world of industry, and both in the carbon sequestration, the fiber production, the building materials that can come out of the crop, maybe even going to the oil, that whether it's the oil of the resin or the hemp seed oil being used as a substitute for petroleum in industry, and the fact that isolate is probably getting down in price per barrel, that is probably under the cost of a barrel of petroleum. These things of using plant-derived oils in industry, I mean, it's not a bad idea, even though that's not maybe how we've all approached the plant. It's like, okay, maybe there's a solution that works for the earth. That's right. There's something called I forget what it's called, but it's basically the idea is what you're doing must serve the user, the producer, the financiers, and the earth. And so if you can do all of those things, would we be growing more ganja? So that's yeah. Just I just want a lot of seed, because wherever there's not grass in California, not a bad idea to just green it up.
Adam, and I think even Archive Seed would be interested, Marcus, in my friend in Thailand. What do you think?
Yeah. In regards to what, his production facilities?
Yeah, he's the only guy still allowed, and with all the paperwork and all the legalities to work in the cannabis and the hemp. He's developing all of this stuff that you're talking about with KU University in Thailand. It's one of the biggest agricultural universities in all of Asia. It's very well known, KU University. And he started before everybody. He's the one that put millions of dollars into the research for to find not only cannabis and hemp from Thailand, but now that they have enough strains, they are doing a lot of things with seeds. They are not only doing foods, and they're doing for crop for eating for chickens and stuff, and they also are developing materials from the seeds. And I'm the only one that they've let into their facility, let's just say it that way. But they are very open to start telling their story. And I think I told you recently that he would love to show all of the new strains that they have discovered and they have in their bank. I don't know.
Kansas University working in Thailand?
Nope. It's KU University. KU. You can look it up, and they're well known.
It brought me to Kansas. So it's just KU, the letters. Is that correct?
KU University, and they have done a lot of agricultural patents and innovation. And yeah, they are like I said, with what happened in Thailand recently, they're the only ones still allowed to continue their grow, their research, their everything. and they have
But
incredible.
tons of people are still growing in Thailand and selling weed in Thailand.
But these guys are working with the government, with
Oh
like
yeah.
on a
Okay, I
different
see.
level, on a
Yeah.
completely different level. Yeah.
Yeah, because
So
Thailand blew up. Holy shit. I did
Thailand blew
hear
up.
that there was they were going to make it so you had to have this particular licensing, but it seems like there's still a lot of people growing big facilities for the rec market in Thailand anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Right now, I think they're mostly focused on the genetics and the seeds, for example, and they're looking for seeds that have the highest protein percentage, and they're also looking for other percentage that I don't know about that the seeds have. And with that, they're building all kinds of different things. He's patenting, I think, a material coming out of seeds. Um, so yeah, I can connect you guys. I think it would be interesting to see what they're doing in Thailand, you know?
Yeah, it's always interesting to hear what people are doing things. They're not all screaming it from the mountaintops. There's definitely people and institutions that are actively working on all sorts of different things with cannabis right now, and it's good. Dave just had the uncanny ability to like uncover it within like the shortest period of time of it happening. He would just seem to like find out, get in there and gain access to whatever that information was. We all definitely benefited from him doing that. No doubt about it.
Dropped the KU in the chat, so people want to follow up.
I was just looking it up. The Green University.
Yeah, and this guy is my best friend. We've been friends for 22 years. So
Nice.
if you guys ever go to Thailand, let me know. I'll give you a nice tour. But yeah, he's got a lot of cool projects in regards to this stuff, and he's got the money to do it. So it would be
Yeah,
interesting to see
you
what
pretty
they're
much
doing.
have to when you're working like that. When you're just doing research, that is mucho
Not only that,
dinero.
he's not getting any profit anytime soon. Not for the next probably
Oh,
5 to 10 years.
that's what
So
I'm
you
saying.
have,
Well, that's why Ryan just said,
yeah.
"Ooh, what you're talking about, Adam, is true. What requiring true breeding, and who is going to put that 5 to 10 years in to turn around and sell it for 0.01 cent a seed?"
No doubt. I do want to keep speaking for the intelligence of the plant and the earth. And I do think we somewhat underestimate that the plant and, just like when people breed, the beauty of genetics, it's going to try to pick the best of everything and put it forward. So, and again, maybe happy accidents is a part of my process that is different than most, but I do try to underemphasize my ability to do anything but notice and then maybe take action to steward or to corral. You can't make an animal or a dog do something, but you can open the gate and kind of present the path of least resistance. So yeah, just how cool it is that I think if we actually are attending to things and going for it and intelligently making decisions and setting up the environment, the plants will take over and do the rest.
Boom, boom. Well, one more hour left of Hash Church
Holograms.
today.
Here's a little
Holograms.
here's a little opal from Australia
Nice.
that has some of Master Bunker's technology from the earth.
The iridescence, I see it. Beautiful.
How about this hologram from the Earth?
What is that, a reishi?
That's
Yeah, I
yeah.
picked it in my backyard.
Holy cow, we had
Wow.
a quarter that size, but that is fantastic.
That's a lot of medicine right there, my friend.
I mean,
Oh,
so Marcus, so you understand that the polypores, which are all medicinal, they do present where the earth is healthy. And then,
yeah.
that's the earth saying, I'm healthy. I'm gonna literally infulge some medicine for you.
You know what the Chinese call this mushroom?
Uh,
the immortality mushroom. And you want to know what's unique about reishi? Is that you can do both a water extraction and an alcohol extraction and get different alkaloids out that are both medicinal.
And you
So
want to do both.
you want to do both. It's almost like wood right here. It is so thick.
I think what is that called? The keratin or the body of the mushroom or the
Dude,
why
this
the
thing's
water,
light. It's so light. Can't even believe it.
am I saying this right? There's a name for the body of the mushroom, and it's the undigestible portion, and it's
Yes.
why the tummy effects happen when people eat culinary mushrooms or otherwise, because if you don't pull the water soluble components that you want and you just munch the entire mushroom, you may have different, some uncomfortabilities in digesting.
Yes,
And
exactly.
that's why that water tech, and I've asked some of these mushroom people back on Clubhouse, I said, what is it that us finding polypores in the forest and us eating them, it's like, what is the mechanism for our body being able to use those? Like, is it as simple as or complex as the body digesting the DNA of the forest? Like, what is happening? And they, even though they research mushroom specific, they are mycologists, didn't really have an answer. They didn't know that these alkaloids and these possibly terpenes, like traversing the terpenome or whatever that paper was, like, yeah, that's bizarre. It's bizarre them not quite understanding the mechanisms for the health benefit, but very cool to see that gigantic mushroom. Reishi, turkey tail. We've got a lot of polypores that grow here. Emphasizing that in some way is probably a future project, trying to see how you can help that flush every year.
For sure. I want to shout out Camden Fragman. Camden Fragman, who has this shop right here. I don't know if this shop exists anymore, fictitiousfuzz.com. This was his shop. He's a regular in the chat all the time. And he was like, he reached out to me, wrote me a letter. How cool is that? He said, "Hey, Bubble Man, thanks for letting me contribute to Hash Church. I look forward to it every Sunday. I've learned so much from everyone and wanted to give back in any way possible. Long live Hash Church." So what did he give? Well, he sent me this. He sent me a Puffco as well as the new 3D XL bowl. Both of them are going to be one giveaway. It's going to show up in this very same box that he sent to me. And we're going to do a little giveaway. And so I've got Nightbot set up to do this giveaway. Activity timeout, unique winners, chat announcements. Okay, so let's go. What do I got to do? Choose a winner. Sign in to chat. No, I don't need to chat. Okay, so there's 200 people so far entered into this. Only done this a few times with Chatbot or Nightbot, sorry. And so basically, if you're chatting, you're in, and I guess it's got to be within the last 10 minutes. So I'm going to try to share this because I'm going to give it away right now here. Maybe in the next few minutes, because maybe we'll get, all you have to do to enter, by the way, is type something into chat right now. So if you've got Hash Church going and you just type in the word, full melt or bubble hash or something like that, really it doesn't matter. Could be a period. It enters you right away into, oh, that's a nice sound. I like the little, yeah, give me a little bit of that.
The puppy breath. Can we get these puppy breath chirps and something?
Ooh, puppy breath. Is that like
shout out
breath?
Larry LS Love, who is runs MMJ Radio, I think on YouTube, and is just amazing, solid advocate and educator. He is always in the chat. LS, it's always great to talk with you. I've gotten to share a few moments with him, and he's been a great inspiration. Yeah, the puppy breath terpenes and the little gizmo whimpers. Holy
So
cow.
good.
Who
These
wants a
dogs.
puppy? I'm not gonna, maybe next week's giveaway, Marcus.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Dude, I tucked into Hash Church chat earlier. I was like, I hope that the Hash Church dog dash wolves go to Hash Church parishioners. You know? Come on, you guys are watching.
Hash churchgoers.
Hash Church goers. So there's 240 entries now. So just in the last few minutes of mentioning to type in full melt and or whatever many people did. So we got 40 extra entries. I'm not sure how many people are in chat total right now. It seems like we have about 300, just over 300 watching. So I guess if we get up to 250, let's say. So I'm going to share my screen so you guys can see the to do the giveaway, because that's how you do it transparently, right? So you're not pulling any shit. Now I will say this: ideally, the person that wins, ideally you don't already have a Puffco. If you do and you got someone you want to give this to, by all means, I'll still ship it to you. You need to get me your email address immediately after I say your name. I want to see your email address show up in the chat because I need to be able to communicate with you. And it's too easy if time goes by for people to claim they're you and for me not to really be able to prove it, especially if you're just a YouTube.
Question.
Go ahead.
Is it full melt one word or full melt two words?
It doesn't matter. It could be like poopy caca. It could be like turp.
I think full melt, all capitals, one word, maybe with some
exclamation, ampersand. No, I'm just joking. It doesn't matter. All you have to do is be typing in chat. I said full melt because I wanted to see a bunch of full melts, and I have, in their defense, seen a lot of full melts. We're at 254 now. I just want to make sure that everyone that's typing or that's in the chat right now is entered.
Yeah, they're still coming
this.
in. Give it a few more minutes.
Yeah, so you guys can see the page, right, of everyone typing and all the names that have been entered into. All I have to do is go choose a winner. It'll choose a winner, but what I'm going to require is within the first minute, please be paying attention that you put your email in the chat immediately. Once I can get that, that will confirm that you are the winner. I will wait about 5 minutes, and if I don't get that email, I'm going to give this away to someone else. So I have forewarned you. Please be paying attention and make this giveaway easy. Also, I'm a super flake when it comes to shipping this shit out. So please be patient for this to take 19 weeks to show up at your door, and do not be thinking that this is going to arrive tomorrow. Don't start getting mad at me in 3 days for something I'm giving you. And I guess I'll pay the shipping. It's all good. All right, I'm picking a winner. You got 264 people. That's damn near everyone that's in the chat right now. It just went up a couple more. You better put your email address in once I choose your name. When you see your name on this, I want to see your email address. I really do. Part of me wants to wait to 273 because that's such a good number, but I worry that it could be a very long time for us to get to that number. 267. Geez, that's only 6 more. I think we got 6 more people who haven't typed anything in the last 10 minutes, because that's the other thing. It's 10 minutes. If we take too long, people that were typing 10 minutes ago will be bumped out of the potential for entry. So yes, Tame Up, you will be the wiener. I think you misspelt winner there, my buddy, but no, I know you're joking around. 270. We need 3 more and I'm hitting the button. Come on, 273. It's the year I was born in, for God's sakes. This is a big giveaway. This is good value from Camden. Give thanks to Camden for donating this. It's really big of you, dude. Camden Fragment in the room. Someone buy that man a membership. 274. I fucked up. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Here we go. All right. So it says T-Man. Following status is unknown. That's fine. You don't have to be following. T-Man, I'm just going to click the button real quick here. So I got a picture of this. T-Man, you are the winner, my friend. You are the winner. Now let's just see if anyone sees T-Man's email come up on the screen. Please let me know.
He appeared. He hasn't dropped his email yet. T-Man, drop your email, man.
I see 13. I see him write 13. Not sure what that
T-Man
means.
to the T-Man.
T-Man, you won, bro. You won. That's what's up. But like I said, you have about 4 minutes to get me your email address. And if you don't get me your email address, I'm going to give this away to someone else. So I see you're in there. I hope we get your email address. And this will be at least halfway done. Then we just have to work through my flakiness of shipping this thing out. What I should do is ask my wife to do it. She's the opposite of a flake. She'll get it done, son. Maybe I'll do that. Still waiting for T-Man to put up his email. If you don't want to put up your email, you can send me an email. But then I got to figure out, okay, great, thank you. You're welcome. How about your email?
Congratulations, T-Man. Email. That's all we need. Email.
There's no way he's in the chat and not lighting it up.
He's in the chat. He's in the chat saying thank. He's like thank you. He's like
he's probably registering a new Gmail for the Bubble Man's winner.
No problem. I'm not going to say it out loud. It'll just show up in the chat. I don't know if they don't, just write DOT.com. That's easy enough. Or if you want, I mean, ideally, I don't know. Yeah, this did happen last time, Camden. It happened exactly. That's why I said it. That's why in like 3 minutes, I'll give it away to someone else because someone for sure is going to win this that can put an email up right away. I know I could. I know I could do it. So that's why I said it. Let's hope T-Man is going to be the man who wins. Is dropping email in chat and saying, okay, so then what is a way to do this that's not insane? What is a way? How about text me, T-Man, on Instagram right now? How about this? I got a new way to do it. Text me on Instagram right now, BC Bubbleman, and text me a word. And then I will text you on here and ask you what that word was. And when you say it, I know it was you and I got your email. That's the best I can offer.
Amazing cryptographic solution.
Well, I'm not trying to burst it. If it's crazy to give your name away in a chat or your email away in a chat, and I get maybe that is. I have so many emails and it's not. I give it away all the time. bcbubbleman@icloud.com. We just want to get. I just want to get access to you. So if you want to send me a message on, you can send me a message on the Discord as well. I can put up the Discord real quick. You guys are welcome to talk about whatever else you want to be talking about, but I got to just focus on making sure I get T-Man this gift that he won. And I'll put up a yeah.
So cool to see Bunker's innovations and hoping to link up soon and share some things and you know, that just the idea of light and how it's really evokes the flavors from the planet. I mean, it's just so neat. The suite of flavor that ganja produces when you give it light. It's the fact that it's giving us the rainbow of flavors, taste the rainbow, and your technology is somewhat doing a mechanical formation of that. I think it's so neat. Thanks for sharing everything today. That's
thank you, man.
Leaves us very curious. Yeah.
It's been a pleasure to finally start showing you guys. It's been 5 years of hiding in a bunker. So time to be here with everybody. So thank you. Thank you, Adam, for your philosophical look at things. I appreciate that a lot. And I hope we meet very soon because we're probably not too far, right? Could be
gonna
further.
make it happen. And that I'm not actually a bunker, but being on the mountain. Oh man, it's so good to see Wade coming down the mountain, somewhat coming out of our shell. Wade, we love you, man. We've been talking about you, and thank you so much for sharing your vibes with us and showing up because, man, you make us all smile.
Hell yeah! Welcome, Wade. Good to see you, brother.
Yes, thank you for the welcome. And I wanted to join because of what Adam just referred to, how this community gathers around each other at times like this. And I don't want to take up much time here. I will just say, since you saw me last, it's been a very challenging time. I've gotten various kinds of news from my doctors, and I'm settling into questions about quality of life and end of life. What does that look like? And that's a deep conversation, if you will. And I have to say, I'm not afraid of death. That that part seems easy to me. It's getting to the moment of death that's hard. Can be a ceremonial occasion if that happens to be the way your life unfolds, but more typically it involves, particularly in our culture, it involves being in a hospital or some sort of assisted care facility and lots of tubes and yada yada. And yeah, honestly, I'm not very interested in that whole show. So yeah, I'm doing a lot of exploring what are my options. And really what's true is, in my specific situation, it's not my cancer that is the problem in my life right now in terms of my quality of life. It's the damage that has happened to my heart, which is sort of interesting given how much time of my life I've spent living in my heart. Yeah, that's a thing that I need to spend more time thinking about. Why does that manifest the way that it has? But yeah, it's despite all the medications that I am on to keep my heart rate in check, literally sitting here with quiet meditation, I can lower my heart rate into the 70s. But as something as simple as thinking about standing up is enough to raise my heart rate 10 or 15 beats a minute. And meantime, if I go ahead and stand up, my heart rate goes from that mid 70s up to 120. That's the state of the being this morning. Because, yeah, like if I want to get up and go to the bathroom, that's more, it gets up to like 135 beats a minute. And this is despite heavy medications to control my heart rate. And the reading I've done, and I plan on talking to more of my doctors about this, but it seems to me what's going on for me is that in an attempt to control the cancer, because, yeah, the myeloma had gotten very busy, if you will, in my body before it was discovered. In attempts to control that or keep me alive, if you will, which have worked, here I am. And that was a question a couple of times along the way. Yeah, it seems the way I read it, the way I interpret it, the way I'm looking at it is it seems like the drugs that were given to me as various parts of my treatment is what has inflicted the damage, if you will, on the muscle of my heart or the nervous system of my heart. My diagnosis is atrial fibrillation, which is a fairly common diagnosis in persons of my age, but typically it's fairly easily controlled. And I'm not being easily controlled. Of course, that's nothing new in my life. I've never been an easy one to control. best way to get me to do something is tell me I can't. So here I am. Anyway, yes. I don't want to bring down the vibe. Like I said, I'm doing heavy conversation with myself, with my wife, with my family. Those conversations haven't really gotten started, but yeah, at this point, I still have most of my faculties, and I'm grateful for that. But that could change pretty quickly. Anyway, all of that is a lot why y'all haven't seen me. And as I get these things sorted out, you will be seeing more of me, Marcus and Etienne and Adam. Nice to see you. Been a long time. Um, yeah, I really do feel like you have made this community, Marcus. You have made this community my church. If I was ever pressed about my religion, as close as I could get to a religion was Buddhism, which to me was really just an owner's manual for my mind and a guidebook to compassion. A guidebook to the practice of compassion and loving kindness. So, yeah, when I feel able on a Sunday morning, I love the idea that y'all are here. I really have a goal of meeting you at 9 a.m. Pacific, Marcus. But as you know, I haven't done very good at that lately. Whew. You can probably tell by how I'm sharing what I'm sharing, what a bit of a basket case I am. And this level of turmoil and questioning and examination, doing what I can to quiet my mind, but and really a lot the sort of whip, if you will, that's happening in my life, driving me to get this sorted out is how to manage pain. And Monica and I made a really lovely tincture yesterday that I've been enjoying, and I'm getting about 60 milligrams total cannabinoids in a milliliter of that tincture. And it has CBD and THC in it as well as some CBG. And I'm grateful to have it. It's really helpful. And yeah, I found I can't smoke enough hash to mitigate the pain for more than a few minutes to a half hour. I've been doing a lot of eating hashish, which is interesting. But I can't say that I'm getting a lot of relief on the pain front from that method of using hashish. But I'm trying it. Oh boy.
From consuming it, Wade, you mean you're not getting much, or you're not getting much from the smoking of it?
From eating it.
Mm.
I'm eating, I don't know, I'm eating pea-sized pieces of I would call it maybe a 3 or 4 star water hash that a friend generously gave us a huge slab of. and I've been using that for my needs. And yeah, I don't know. I probably consume a gram or two of hashish that way. And yeah, I wish I noticed a bigger response on the pain front. Marcus, I don't know about you, but most of the pain that I deal with is nerve pain, bone on bone, if you will. And most bones have nerve endings in them, and when they're grinding on each other, it can yeah.
Wade, your grace, your non-basket casiness is always on the forefront, and we love you and thank you for sharing everything. You're really empowering. I do think, an ethanol extract over even a slab of hash, as much of the neurotransporter as we can have, will help it just get to where it needs to go, because there's so much the body can do, especially in the diet, to get it from your gut into the bloodstream. And though it will, the more we increase the alcohol and or terpenes, it's going to go where it needs to. So I am going to get you some of what I have, as I promised so prior and have failed to. And I do want to say just yes, that we love you and your grace of showing up and speaking and our wanting and your ability to face what you're facing with compassion. I don't think it's a mistake that your forwardness and your forgiveness that you have given to the world, your heart, your forgiveness of your heart has now somewhat, there is a cost you may be paying for giving so much for so long. And that's I think I think you're okay with that, and it's somewhat poetic. And I just want to say that comfort, we all want comfort for you and for our loved ones, and we want you to experience the comfort that you've delivered to so many people. And just as a final personal thought, I will come hold your hand and engage in ceremony with you when it's time for that. And so I just want to let you know that that's real. And thank you for everything you've done and given us.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Yeah, it's part of why I like the tincture. I'm fortunate enough to have donation of product that is available for sale at the local dispensary, but it's also part of the local dispensary's compassion program, and they've been very kind to me, as well as some of the local makers have also done similar things to keep me supplied. So I have good quality oils that are ethanol extracted I like I said, I think we put 8 grams of 80% in that range, CBD, THC, and CBG. The CBG was only 50%, but the others, yeah.
I have a question about those products that you're finding from the local producers. When you place a little out on your finger and smell it, does it smell delicious in full body? Does it have all of the things that you might expect? Or does it smell more like half-baked cookies or over-baked ganja? Does it have a floral essence of, can you sense the terpenes that you might expect? and I'm asking this because I think there's a penchant for overcooking the sauce. And I do think it is essential in its name and its efficacy to have the terpenes present.
I would agree with that. I'll say it like this. I don't usually sample the individual syringes that I'm working with. I have identified producers that I respect, and I find their product to have terpenes present. Is it as full-bodied and rich as it might be? No. I've back in the day, I've made here at home things that smelled better to me than what's available on the market today. But I had access to pretty good cannabis and organic ethanol, and was really pretty careful about how to get the oil off the plants. Yeah, anyway, no, I would say it like this, Adam. I am grateful for what I have. I continue to appreciate what may come my way, be it from licensed producers or home producers or whomever. And if I don't know that person very well, I might spend a few minutes talking to them about what's in this bottle they're handing to me. But yeah, I got to say, over the last couple of months, as I've talked to the various doctors, holy moly, there's so many of them, and I do have respect for most of them. I'm lucky that way. Yeah, most of the doctor news that I'm getting these days suggests that what I have now, in terms of my abilities, or particularly in the realm of keeping my heart at some sort of reasonable rate, this might be as good as it gets. And I find that idea frightening, because I can, to some extent, slow my heart rate, but I can't do any kind of physical activity without my heart rate getting up to 130, 140. And you do enough of that kind of thing, that's how you end up with a stroke or a heart attack, or none of which I'm interested in. So, yeah, I've if it's possible, I've become an even more enthusiastic consumer of cannabis. And yeah, I'm doing an awful lot less of the smoking and an awful lot more of helping my gut help me. And I do those are topical for some flare-ups, like in my ribs. I've broken a number of ribs over the last couple of years. It's amazing how fragile bones can become. Um, and yeah, I don't really want to bring down the whole thing here. Um, I guess I would. I think part of the equation, as I'm seeing it, is the damage to my heart and the doctor's medications' apparent inability to give me something like a normal heart rate mechanism, if you will, the nervous signaling there. I don't think it's that I gave too much in the world. I think it's more that I've yet to really learn how to love myself, because that's really where the heart arises. I've come to realize that a lot of my acts of kindness in my life were ways of assuring myself that I'm okay, that I'm a that I'm a good example of a human being, that I've done what I can to make the world a better place than I found it. And I think there's some room for me to say, yeah, I did some of that. But the real core of it for me is I'm still learning to have that same love and kindness and compassion for the guy that's sitting in his chair talking right now.
Mm.
Because so much of my strength, so much of my identity, so much of who I thought I was had to do with what I could do, to some extent for myself, but mostly for other people. I felt like other folk were, particularly for a good portion of my work, the folks that I was encountering needed help I could provide, and they needed it pretty badly. And I've come to understand more fully what some of those parents must have felt like, or what some of those kids were going through. So since it's church and Wade's given testimony today, I would remind all of you to take the time to recognize that you are worthy. You are worthy of the respect and love of your community. You're worthy of the love and respect of your family. But really, at core, you're worthy of the love and respect for yourself, for the human being you are, not for your activities, for the being that is there with you when you go to sleep at night, that person. It's just you. You're not proving anything, not making the world a better place. Maybe you're going to get some rest, which might help you feel better. So there's an act of loving kindness. But yeah, it would be to take a moment, maybe every day, part of your daily thing. Put it on your calendar, if you will. Take a minute to appreciate you. Take a moment to appreciate you for who you are. And if you start off with appreciating you for, your business or your family or whatever reasons you can find, make it part of your recognition, part of your gratitude for your life. Because every one of us at some point, will face the end of your life. And like I said, sometimes you get the chance to choose what that's going to look like, but more often you don't really get that chance. And anyway, most all of you who are listening are in no danger of dying today, so don't trip out. And I'm in no danger of dying today. And my goodness, Marcus and everyone else, I apologize for getting all heavy on everyone.
Stop apologizing. You're with family and friends. There's no apologizing with family and friends. We love you. We support you. We're here for you. We are here for you in the good times. We're here for you in the bad times. You are our family. Proceed.
Thank you, sir. Very military of you. Yeah, what you say is true. What you say is true. And see, here I am not trusting that. Not because, again, I don't really trust my own worthiness. And I think that's what I'm pointing to. Um, if you're comfortable in your life with who you are, that's a beautiful thing. Um, and if you're uncomfortable with where you are in your life, you might take a minute or a day or a few, really look at what's important to you, what matters to you. Even more importantly, perhaps, so what I've been talking about is, yeah, who are you? And I, for a lot of years, have been a cultivator and a medicine maker, and I've done good acts, if you will. So if karma matters, I think I did some good work this time around. Um, and whether or not karma matters, I can look back on my life and feel good. And I'm at a point in my life where, as I look forward in my life, it's a very different thing. Most all of my life, I could tell you what was going to be happening a week from now, or hell, even 5 years from now. And I can't tell you what's going to be happening a few hours from now in my life. I'm pretty sure I'll still be here. Sorting out how to do this, how to live a life with severely limited capabilities. Yeah, my goodness. I know this must all sound like doom and gloom and horror and yada yada, but if you will, it's a report from Nevada City and Wade and Monica, and yeah, I think it's I can't even begin to express how much Monica has done for me over the last 4 years, and the cost to her. We're both pretty tired, I got to say. And I'm lucky to have her. I'll say that.
Well, we're
So,
all lucky. We're all lucky to have her, Wade. You're questioning your karma, yet you've manifested a person like Monica into your life. Sounds like karma's answered you already.
well said, Marcus. Yeah, I uh, I think my closing thing for me is to spend less time trying to figure out, how and why things are the way they are, and more time opening my heart to, hey, look at what's going on, and what can we do about it? Um, yeah. So I think I'm gonna close on that, to celebrate your life, to give thanks for who you are. Uh, However you can find that within yourself, give thanks for who you are, because there's, in the whole wide world, there's like 8 billion human beings, and a billion is like a huge number. It's really not imaginable for any of us. That's how big it is. But there's 8 of those human beings on the planet, and we're all pretty much the same. And yet, when you get down to the nitty-gritty details, there's not one of us that's the same as another. And when you really consider that, you start realizing how important you as an individual really are. Because nature took the time to create a unique version of the human being, unlike any other of the 8 billion. And that could appear wasteful, but in fact, there's a an artful grace to it all. So trust, love yourself. That's all I got. I promise I'm going to do what I can to be here next week, Marcus. Yeah.
It's always a pleasure when you show up, brother. We're always happy to have you. And we know if you don't show up and we know you're having some rough times, we know we're still in your ear. We know you're still hearing it through the speaker, and we're always thinking of you. So I'm glad you did come on today. And of course, I'm sorry to hear that you're dealing with such heavy things, what a lot of us do, even those of us in service, you do so much in life. You're kind of very rarely in the moment, and you are being forced to be in the super moment right now, stripped of all of the prosthetics and all of the things that keep our mind ticking into the future, and sometimes remembering the past and moving through these three sort of illusionary phases. And you are 100% in the moment, and it's heavy, man. I feel for you for sure. And you're certainly not the only one who's going through this right now, and many of us on the panel may go through this one day ourselves. And that's why I think it's important to not sweep it under the rug per se, but that it's important to hear about. And I'm very thankful that you're willing to be so vulnerable with us, and it makes me feel like we are your family because you're willing to come and share. You've got an incredible amount of people in the chat room who just constantly send hearts and love to you. They're still saying it right now. They've been saying it since you came into the room. And it's nice to see. It's nice to tap into that type of hope and love. I'm certain of it on both sides for both of us. And yeah, man, I just appreciate you. I appreciate you and Monica a great deal. And I'm very thankful to have you both be a part of the Hash Church family.
Also, people are in the chat saying how your Harlequin has helped save their lives, Wade. So you will never know the countless people who have been helped and saved by the genetics you helped perpetuate and the compassion you served at the expense of your heart. I will say thank you for many of us and many of those unsung who will never get the chance to say thank you. But you saved many lives, and that is a blessing unto itself. And if you say there's a thing about karma, that's a pretty big lift, brother. And I love you.
And karma means behavior and action, and your action has been good, if only here in our interactions. And so we love you. Your confession in church today of pain is going to be the root of compassion for people going forward for a long time. And our broken hearts are where we find how to love. And so in the true compassion, and you've kind of delivered this with your ability to share, and all of your self-reflective worries need not bother you at night or during the day, because we feel like you have proper action. We love you very much.
And how about this photo? Wade the father and us, the sons and the daughters, literally giving us a piece of his heart every weekend. And it is difficult that it works that way. I don't know why it has that irony, life, Wade, when you give so much of yourself, that it's the very thing that is affected. My father and his wife were trauma specialists. She was a nurse, he was a first responder. All they did was respond to trauma. And then at 55 years old and 49, they would die in a traumatic motorcycle accident on a highway. And, all they did was give of themselves for their entire lives. But yet this full circle comes around the way it comes around each and every time. And you gave a lot of very good pieces of yourself that are still out there operational. So I feel pretty good about that, man.
Your legacy lives on in gardens all over the world and will continue to.
True story.
We love you, Wade. You've changed the world with your gift of being able to cultivate and house and, you know, make space really for people that are in need. And that's
Dude, you've
something
done
that's
such powerful work. You have a whole group of people that just gather every Sunday just wanting to love you. How about that? That's amazing. You can't get that at the hospital. See if your doctor can provide that. But you got it.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate this community, I gotta say. And I also gotta say that yes, I did some of all of what you're referencing, but again and again, remind yourselves, the plant. She's such a beautiful gift to all of us, and such an example of freely giving of her miracles. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to go back to listening. And yeah, let's talk about something other than me, okay?
Absolutely. Well, we have about 15 minutes left on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Spring is in the air, so obviously that's been incredible. For those of you that don't know, I'll give you a cool little tip right here. I'm a big photographer. I love photography. I was using the app iNaturalist for a very long time because I thought it was cool, worked in the scientific community and the identification community. But if you go into your iPhone and you go into your photos and you like pop up a photo, like say of like these little plants, and you lift that photo up a little bit. Oh, I think I've already, no, let me see if it'll work. No, because I'm not looking at it. There, did it right away. So there at the top of this, when you lift the image up, it'll show you all sorts of different data metrics on the image. And I'm sorry that I can't get it better, but right in the corner here, it says look up plant right here. So you can look up the plant and then it'll tell you the genus of the plant that you just took a photo of. And it'll really get you to know the nature around you. I urge all of you, if you don't know the trees and shrubs and flowers and plants that are in and around the area that you live, iNaturalist is a great app, but this is your iPhone. You don't even need the app. It's embedded into the image. But here's the thing that a lot of people will do. You'll take a photo. You'll bring that photo up right away, but that photo won't be brought up in photos. It'll be brought up in your camera, and that data won't be there. So you have to go to the photo image and lift that up. The odd time it won't know what it is and it won't show anything, but for the most part, plants and insects and such will show up. Here's another red one, look up plant. It's in my front yard. It's a rhododendron. And look at how psychedelic that is as it goes around the rhododendron too. It's showing that it is the rhododendron genus of plant. And then it'll take you to the Wikipedia of such as well with a bunch of different photos. This is a super cool idea. Now, I wouldn't necessarily use it as the word of God, particularly if you're using it for fungi. Don't do that at all. None of the apps should be used as the word of God for fungi, but it's still really cool. iNaturalist is very much the more advanced level that you would want to use for fungi because it has, if you get enough people authenticating your identifications, it can actually be used in scientific publications and in university papers as citations. So it's a pretty cool thing. It works through this whole network of GPS. So when you take the photo and the metadata that's in the background will show them on the map where you found it. So if you are picking psychedelic mushrooms and you don't want to give up your spots, you might not want to post on iNaturalist. Maybe you just want to use your phone. But I thought that that was a really cool idea to share with everyone that you could do this spring. I'd love to hear about people's different identifications of plants. I did a walk with my wife the other day and we identified maybe a dozen different plants and flowers and such. And it was very easy. She got into it with her phone and it was just like, whoa, do they all do this? It's like, I'm pretty much sure nowadays with the updates, most of the iPhones at least have that embedded right into the camera and into the software, which you got to admit is pretty fucking cool.
That is a really cool way to do an assessment of areas of like someone asked me because I was able to finish a chainsaw mill that I built off of my chainsaw bar and cut my first slab from some downed wood and yesterday. And someone asked me what species are in your area, and I ran through a long list. But this idea that you can categorize and build a map that likely the Forest Service is accessing, and this is neat stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely, well, it's that fractal holographic sort of metaphor again, right? It's all just, we're all just a fractal unfolding at this accelerated rate. And, while it's unfolding, it's just creating one-offs constantly. Wade Laughters and Etienne Fontaines and Bunker Innovas all day long, just unique individuals just popping out of the unfoldment of, out of the chaos. And I am here for it, literally in three-dimensional form currently. I couldn't be more literal. Pun absolutely intended on that one.
Four dimensions if we count time.
There you go.
Colin, you last week you left to go celebrate your father, and it just left me thinking like what a cool guy he must have been or is to create someone like you. And I did want to ask, I don't know if it's appropriate, but I was curious if you wanted to speak on his little 3D presentation of a person, or I just recognized that you had gone to lift one up to him and wanted to say, I think you're such a cool guy. He must have, or is someone who is also cool.
Yeah, well, thank you first for saying that. And yeah, it's like my father, he was a risk taker and total entrepreneurial his whole life, someone that just constantly pushed the limits of anything that he did and kind of just encouraged me to follow the things that made me feel good, and was never at any point in time ever judgmental, ever. He was always taught me to be so open, and he was doing drum circles and doing all this spiritual work. He became a Reiki master. He showed me a side of spirituality that I didn't understand. And he showed me quite a lot about why I do what I do, I think is a direct result of him and the things that he taught me. So I think, from that respect, when I lost him in December to Parkinson's, my dad was 101st Airborne, first of the 506. The things that I got to learn about him through his platoon, the people that were underneath him. He was, a platoon. He was a captain. He was a black beret. So he was out in recon situations, and I didn't really know much about it, and I never understood why he never talked about it with me. But once I heard the stories, I started to quickly understand. But that's the person he taught me to be, was someone that was curious all the time, loving, non-judgmental, open, and giving. And that's something that I'll always I sometimes miss the encouragement, because he was my audience, so that's how for me, that's why he was important to my life, because he was my audience. He was someone that every new pheno that I found, I'd go right to him, and we would talk about it. Or if I made a new batch of hash, I'd take photos of it. He'd be the first text. Everything, you'd be the first line of like, yo, check this out. And the first line of encouragement, like, cool. Or does it smell good enough? Does it does it hit right, as you said? So that was my audience for me. So losing him in December was tough because Parkinson's was just a really nasty disease. And I think any of those that are going through this out there, you're not alone, and it's a very difficult disease to see someone that's so strong lose complete control. So those of you that have experienced that, I'm right there with you. So for me, that was a really unique holiday on 420. So I went and spent a little time with him at his grave. So yeah. So yeah, that's that's why he was important to me. I know and I know a lot of people have never had that experience with their parents, or in reverse, sometimes I wish I had more time with my father in different ways, but we're all unique in our own ways, and I think that's what shapes our journey. It certainly shapes the journey I'm on, and the purpose that I believe I'm here for. So it's, for myself, it's just remembering all of those things that I instill in the work that I do today. He always, like, I have these cards here from him that he wrote, and they're just, poems and things about, failure is born of successful deeds that were never attempted. Little sayings like that, right? To keep me in check, because I'm such a risk taker too, because I think all of us here share that same sentiment, where we take risks on behalf of the good, to be a force of good. So so those are the things, that I, that's important to me, and I think, like, I just read off one of his cards, these are the things that to be honest, I didn't even know about this stuff. Like, I'm still learning about it, and that's the other half of it. It's like, there's things that I'm learning that that make sense to me now, but it's a trip, so, but with that said, Etienne, I'd love to connect with you offline about Veterans Action Council. I want to get heavily involved with whatever you're doing.
That's what's up. Link you guys up. Wonderful, beautiful words. Definitely. Once again, I got to shout out my dad and my stepmom, Marie and Gary. Almost 20 years ago, you guys left us on the motorcycle that I bought you for your 50th birthday. Yeah, that stung, let me tell you. But I remember them now more happily than I do more sad. So we were talking about with the dogs earlier. We started the conversation of, like, for 10 years I came home and this dog every day, just unconditional love, 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 love. It's like that love, it feeds you so much, but it also is the equivalent of your grief at the end of their life. So love is this very unique thing that has this other piece attached to it. It's almost like the harder you love, the more grief that is inevitable for you to experience. And I don't know what the lesson or the insight is in that, but I definitely see it. And it's interesting. It's an interesting concept to get into and philosophize about for another show, because this one is actually pretty much over. Very powerful words from Wade and Colin here at the end of the show. Thank you both for being vulnerable and sharing. Always appreciate that. Love, love, love to both of you guys. Big shout out to everyone that watched today. 300 plus people watching for 4 hours. It's no small feat. I mean, I couldn't watch TV for 4 hours straight. I don't know how the hell we do this, but we do it, and I'm really glad we do it. So thank you to all the panelists that showed up today. Really thanks to you, Ori from Bunker Innova, for showing up and sharing, coming out of the shadows a little bit and sharing with us. And always a pleasure, Adam, to have you come on and share the dogs and share your unique perspective and trigger people in the chat. He's talking about vaccines. Love it. Anyway.
I never said that word, just to correct the record. And
you didn't.
one love culture, I love all you very much.
Much love, much love. Shout out to Puffco, as always, for sponsoring, as well as Grandmaster LEDs, as well as Bubble Bags. Shout out to Sauce, Rosin Labs, who will be coming to BC here in the next little while, if they're not already. And you can check them out at one of our past sponsors, the Craft Greenery. You can check them out at craftgreenery.com. I got to admit, this is fucking beautiful. I'm just throwing it around. Beautiful rosin. Like I'm very, very impressed with this particular. I smoked the other one, the bubble gum. This one's the grease bucket. I have also been enjoying this other one called the Purple Poison, hiding behind my phone. Doesn't quite look as spectacular, but what a really beautiful, different sort of floral, different sort of terpene profile. But shout out to everyone. We'll be back next week. It will be May, and we'll be starting our 17th Hash Church of the year in a row. We've got 52 to hit. Let's pray I don't get the flu. Let's pray my internet and power, or a tree doesn't fall on my house, or a plane doesn't fall out of the sky and land right on me. Right as I said that, a bald eagle came into view, and it was just flying on the thermal just right in front of my house just now. That was awesome. I wished I could have shared it. If I had my shit together, maybe I could have. Anyway, may the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. Hope to see you next week. Peace out, everybody. Much love from the Hash Church family. Much